shadows gather where the truth once stood. A kingdom of confusion carved out of falsehood. But he walks through the ruins like a prophet reborn. A voice wants in fire, a mind on this guard. The chaos watches with an all-seeing glare. Guardian of reason in a world unaware. When the overlord stalls at the edge of the frame, the faithful rise up, they already know his name. I'm here to resurrect the second coming of common sin. I come to wake the sleeping, the church will bring the fade. No hurdles, no illusions, no hollow incompetence. Here to resurrect the second coming of common sense. Misled, thinking truth from the wreckage, raising thought from the dead. Every word is a weapon, shot men declare, exposing every shadow we pretend not to fear. And the overlord marches with the suffering command. A beast of judgment, the mortal chemist dead. On his growl rings through the silence of the night. The loyal understand, trigger keeps the balance right. I'm here to resurrect the second coming of common sense. I'm making the chaos of food to
Welcome back to the party, everybody. This is Morty, and I am your host, Much, aka the Indian Jesus, here to resurrect the second coming of Common Sense. Everybody hit that like and subscribe. You know I would do it for you. And let's party. Welcome, welcome, welcome. So this was one I was ready to go over with you guys last night, but, you know, we kind of took a little bit of detour. So here we are. We recently covered Nick Fuentes and the Nick Fuentes and Crowder thing about Nick Fuentes's plan to vote for the Democrats. Shout out to Benny Banana over on Twitch. Welcome, welcome, welcome. And yes, the conversation was interesting, but in the same way that when Piers Morgan had Nick on, it was a little bit more contentious than it needed to be. And so I haven't seen all of this, but I do think this is a much better conversation in terms of understanding what exactly is your plan, Nick. You know, if you're not familiar, he's saying vote Democrat in the midterms, and that sounds like a really bad idea. So let's dive in. As always, if you cannot hear the video, please do let me know.
Nicholas Fuentes, welcome back.
Yeah, good to be back. How's it going?
Good, man. Good. Thank you for coming. I appreciate it. It's what was it, like 6-7 months ago? You were here? Well, it was in October. It was on October 7th. So now I remember.
A little bit of a dog whistle.
We put it out on October.
We did that intentionally. That was our plan.
Dude, I remember whenever we were trying to make it work, I remember we were like texting and I was like, "Oh, can you do the 10th?" And you were like, "I can't do the 10th. Can you do the 6th?" I was like, "I can't do the 6th." 7th? And we were both like, "Oh, we can do the 7th." And then it was the moment after, I think we both realized we're like, we just put this on October 7th, didn't we? This is going to get taken the wrong way. Anyway, October 8th. Okay, so about 7 months ago, since you were here, that episode was my most viewed podcast I've ever done.
Wow.
By far. It was I think
Not surprising.
like 4 million views or something.
God
like that.
damn.
I know it broke 2 million on YouTube. It broke 1 million on Spotify, and then I think between the others got it on. So anyway,
Let's see what this one did.
I had Tucker and Candace on.
This one 2 days ago and doesn't even have 500K. Very interesting. Of course, we hit that like button on any video that we watch.
My show in that stretch, but our episode was the most viewed one, which I thought was kind of interesting. And I mean, obviously those guys are enormous. I'm not trying to downplay that, but it was something particularly interesting. You're a guy who, because you've been so censored off so many platforms, it's almost hard to get a gauge of like how big you are. If that makes
Exactly. That's exactly why I cover him as much as I do. We don't cover him all the time, but whenever he's on one of these one-on-one interviews, I do, because exactly what Dave is saying. The fact that he is so censored, you don't get a kind of a vibe of what he's really like. Whereas with other people, obviously you'll see clips on YouTube, and then those get clipped up and they go on TikTok and they're on X and all over the place. But Nick isn't. So when he speaks, it's like, all right, let's see what's got everybody's panties in a bunch.
Makes sense, because it's like your clips are everywhere. The clips are, so it's not like you're exactly getting a total view count of like how many millions of people have seen all these clips. And because you can't go, you're still not allowed, which is very weird in a way, because in a sense, it feels like we're living after the big censorship moment.
Right.
And it feels like you're clearly one of the biggest people in this world, but you still can't have a YouTube channel, and you still can't really have a Twitter account.
No, I'm not eligible for X Premium. And here's the other thing. What's funny is, so
he's got to be the only person not allowed to have X.
We consider doing advertisements on the show this year. I've never done advertisements before. And so we approached some of the sponsors.
Let me have a Jewish conversation with you here, Nick. You need advertising.
Yeah, I'm leaving money on the table, I think, without it. But, we go to them, and obviously they want the analytics, because they want to know the demographics we're reaching and how big the audience is. And what's funny is something like Twitter, in order to get your analytics on Twitter to see age, race, etc., you need premium. So it's like, not only can I and my team, we can't even access the platforms, even on the ones we have, can't even get the numbers.
I'm thinking I got my Twitter Blue thing. I paid for that because of the the logo. Is my profile picture, and if I'm trying to reach out to somebody for like a legitimate thing, then I want them to be able to see that like I'm a real person. I'm not just some troll. And so that that blue check mark. But X is so bad. I'd say at least 1 out of every 10 things that I try to post, just don't post. Just fail to post. I have a list of drafts that it's pages long. I have no idea why. I have no idea. There's no pattern. Usually there's a video, because like I like a lot of stuff on TikTok, but of course you guys hate TikTok. And so the easiest way to show you guys that stuff is just download the video off TikTok and then throw it on X. And so often it's just like, nope. Screw you. I mean, I'm all for free speech, but anybody who says that X is better than Twitter was, I disagree. We
can't even supply the numbers to get paid by a sponsor. So yeah, I mean, when you're censored, it's like there's no records. It's
right.
It's like a book burning thing, because it's like you just have none of the information available at all.
Which in a weird way just seems bad for everyone. Like, I'm not sure who benefits from that, because it's kind of like at this point,
Elon Musk,
right? They're in this weird I don't know, like gray area where you're like, well, it's not okay. At a point 5 years ago, 8 years ago, it was at least working to shut you up to some degree. It was
right.
relegating you to a corner. At this point, it's like you're all over the algorithm everywhere, and all it creates is this situation like that where you're like, in some ways, it's like maybe they don't want it to be known exactly how big you are. But I don't know. I found that to be very interesting. Yeah. So I wanted a bunch of stuff I want to talk to you about. A lot's happened since last time we talked.
Yes.
Jeez. Most of it not good. But so I was watching, I talked to you briefly about this when you first came in. So I was watching today. So I watched a buddy of mine, Dave Brenner, runs a great YouTube channel called Liberty Vault.
Brenner, I barely even know her.
He had done like
I do actually, that Liberty Vault channel is pretty good. I think that it is, just never mind. I'll keep that one to myself.
like a comment on your debate with Steven Crowder. So I had watched that, but I hadn't actually watched the thing. So I was watching that this morning. I had a similar debate with Steven Crowder months earlier, but a similar type of debate over supporting the Republicans, supporting Trump. And there was just something about this debate that I just found painful. Like, it's painful to listen to. And I don't mean this as like an attack on Steven Crowder. You know, I didn't love the way he handled the interview with me, but whatever. You know, recently, just the other day, Andrew Wilson, who I like very much, he challenged me to debate like a similar type thing, like whether we should support Democrats or whether Democrats should win the midterms. And I was like, why don't we just debate the war? Why don't we just like keep it a little bit more narrow? And he was like, well, no, because I'm opposed to the war too. But I was like, yeah, but clearly there's a pretty big gap between how opposed you are and how opposed I am. And I think that gets at the heart of it. There is something particularly about the debate, like, should we support the Republicans? One of the problems is that it's very, very broad. So a million different issues get inserted, and then they run down a list of like all the accomplishments of the regime. And I was kind of trying to narrow it. But I was thinking a bit about why this argument is frustrating me so much. You know, like why it's so frustrating. And I don't exactly know why. Like, why do you think it's frustrating me so much?
I don't know. I mean, I was a little frustrated too. And I guess the way I would summarize it is that I don't know that it's disingenuous, but it's almost missing the forest for the trees, would be maybe the best way to say it. Because I remember I was talking to some buddies about the debate afterward, and I like Steven. I thought it was a good debate, good faith. But I said on literally every single issue, you're getting the GOP talking point. You're getting the memo, like on Iran.
And that's the other, that's like different from the Piers Morgan interview with Nick. It wasn't bad faith. I don't think it was handled in the best way. And we know that Nick doesn't care about the talking points. And so when you're just throwing the talking points at him, you're like, yeah, same shit I already heard. That brought me to the position of what I'm already saying.
You're getting the GOP talking point. You're getting the memo. Like on Iran, for example, I remember when they launched the war, everybody obviously said, well, what happened to no new wars? And is this not literally identical to Iraq? It's this question about WMDs and they're killing the protesters and, you know, we're going to do regime change and make it a democracy. Like very similar in many ways, especially how it played out.
A lot of rhetoric was specifically about how it was different and weeks, not months. And we're going down that same road.
Out in the lead up to the war. And everybody obviously recognizes that's a deep fundamental betrayal of Trumpism, which was always about bringing the troops home from Iraq and Afghanistan, putting America first, the rest of it. And I remember what the Republicans said on Twitter is, well, Trump always said we were going to war with Iran because he said they should never have a nuclear weapon. Yeah. And then the other thing they said was...
That is true. That is true. And that's why I don't think it's a betrayal of Trump to be doing all this stuff. But it's, he did absolutely say Iran cannot have a nuke. But the other side of that is the running on the no new wars thing and being that guy and then just so easily flipping around. It didn't seem like there was a care for the base, whether or not they're with it. It's just, well, I'm Trump. I want to do this, and this is what I'm going to do. That's always who he's been. But for a long time, he was aligning with a lot more people, a much wider coalition of people were aligned with what he wants. And now it seems like that coalition has been shattered apart because people have very different opinions and Trump's just going with what Trump wants. Shout out to Dick Johnson in the building. Welcome to the party. Very good to see you, sir.
Iran because he said they should never have a nuclear weapon. Yeah. And then the other thing they said was, well, he said no forever wars. And the real forever war is the war Iran has been waging on us. And we're putting an end to it. And you go, yeah, that really stretches the bounds of what anybody could credibly believe, in good faith. And so that was something that came up in the debate. And you just go, yeah, no, you're kind of missing the point here. Like if he campaigned on we're going to bomb Iran for regime change for years in a war of choice, I don't think anybody would be lining up to vote for that. He said no new wars. And now they want to introduce this technicality to kind of get out of that. Right. So to me, that really characterizes, I don't know that it's bad faith, but it almost feels like you're arguing with a brick wall. It's like you're not really being totally honest.
Dude, there's a certain I've been talking about this a lot lately, but there's a certain like category of kind of MAGA influencers or whatever. And I'm not talking about like the Israel lobby. Like I'm not talking
Benny Johnson, as we saw last night, just going straight down the pipe, towing the party line.
About Ben Shapiro or Barry Weiss or something like that. I'm talking about, Benny Johnson or Steven Crowder or Will Chambers.
Dilly to me. If you missed it, last night when the news of Thomas Massie losing his primary race, I hopped on to talk a little bit about it. And, as I just said, it was a little pathetic And I was saying that this Massie thing is going to be a good litmus test as to who are the people that are following principle and who are the people that are just following the party. And it seemed very, very clear from the Benny Johnson video that, Trump said Massie's bad, so therefore, have an original thought, bro.
Chamberlain, guys like this, where it feels like, as you're saying here, right? They go, okay, so the talking point is, we've been at war with them for 47 years and ending the wars. Okay, well, if it's been going for 47 years, why wasn't that the campaign? Why weren't any of you saying this at the time? And then it's like, as the goalposts move, they will move with them. I debated Will Chamberlain on Piers Morgan's show like 2 weeks ago, maybe 3 weeks ago now. And he said,
that was a fun one. I didn't cover it, but definitely check that out.
It's because of the pressure that we're putting on Iran with our blockade of their blockade. He goes, I'll be surprised if this regime makes it another month. And so then I said, in another month, when this regime is still standing, I will mention that to you and you will move the goalposts and still support this war. So we got about a week until this is up. And there's just this thing where, like, in the 12-day war, they would have said, see, no American casualties, no more than that. Then this one, we have American casualties. Yeah, but it's only been a few. And at a certain point, you're like, am I talking to the White House press secretary?
Essentially. And that, again, is the whole thing about the liberal playbook of number one is saying, no, that's not happening, or that's not going on. Two is, okay, well, it's happening, but it's just a little thing. You shouldn't worry about it. And step three is, at least for the leftists or the liberals, that, it wasn't happening. Oh, it's just happening a little bit. And then all of a sudden, step three is, of course it's happening. This is a great thing. You don't like it, you're a bigot. And it's slightly different, but again, just moving the goalpost, that what you said there then gets stretched to there. And now it's, again, just towing the party line. Shout out to Drew. Welcome to the party. I'm glad you're here for this one, brother. Glad you're here for this one.
And at a certain point, you're like, am I talking to the White House press secretary? Is that the job here? Is the job basically that the administration does something, you find out what that is, you go out and defend that. And if that contradicts everything you said last week, well,
hell yeah. Early client just canceled. Let's go. We raging. So that means I don't even have to get up that early. Reminder, 1 p.m. Eastern tomorrow, Jesse On Fire will be here on the channel. He does apparently believe that Charlie Kirk is still alive. And while I didn't really do a deep dive on, the stuff, the official story doesn't seem legit in any way. But he covered it in depth. So we're going to see all about that. Tomorrow, 1 p.m. Eastern.
It is, you go out and defend that. And if that contradicts everything you said last week, well, whatever, that's the job. The job is just to defend the administration. That's what it feels like when you're going and you're rattling off this list, which everyone does through every press. I remember in the first Trump term, I remember in the Obama administration, all the, who are the young liberal guys who are like you've
like
debated
Harry
Sisson. Harry said, this is Harry Sisson. It's like Inflation Reduction Act, blah blah blah. Blah, like just a list of things that they did. You're like, hey, can we get into that list? Because essentially what you have is what he passed a big giant spending bill, and oh wow, this is brand new. Oh, all-time stock market. Oh, I didn't dude, it's crazy. I haven't heard a president brag about having an all-time high stock market since Biden. And Trump the first time, and Obama, and Bush.
Well, it's almost like inflation make money number go up. It's almost like money number go up. Which I think it's a bit of an unfair comparison, but I see what he's saying there. And this is the core of why I labeled this with the thumbnail Trump haters, but with a question mark. Because I'm wondering, they are making some solid points, but is it coming from somewhere that is? I think it's coming from someone genuine, but is it coming from somewhere that's accurate? That's really what we got to get into.
Yeah. Since Biden and Trump the first time, and Obama and Bush and Clinton, literally yes, we live in an inflationary economy, motherfucker. The prices of things go up. Hey, guess what? The pricing of housing has never been higher, and the price of college has never been higher, and the price of daycare and stocks too. This means nothing.
Right.
And so there's something, I don't know, about just rattling off this list of what they've achieved when you're like, but dude, by your own, and this is one of the things that's frustrating about the Crowder debate, by your own admission, we're up against it with the Democrats coming in, right? But
That's not a fair comparison, and that's the kind of thing where it comes to like exactly as you said, You see what he's saying here, but it's a little bit off, and a little bit too convenient for his ideology, and it's a little too convenient for what he was saying and the justification for him to be right about that. Shout out to Freedom Patriot. Welcome to the party. We got a Fuentes fan in the building. Welcome. We also got Heimdall. Welcome. Always a pleasure to see you. What is going on?
By your own admission, we're up against it with the Democrats coming in, right? By your own admission, we're losing the entire country if the Democrats come back in. Okay. Launching this war just guaranteed that the Democrats come back in. You should be angrier about this than I am.
I kind of agree. I don't know. I think I don't know enough to be able to say, no, that's wrong, but that does sound right. You know what I mean?
Right.
Or as angry.
Well, yeah. I mean, and to me, I always said this on my show. It feels to me like you have this relationship.
Gripe is it. Hell yeah. Shout out to Jersey Shore, the show that taught me that, wow, I actually really do like trashy reality TV. I always hated on it like any other normal dude person, and but I had a roommate that is from the area, and I was like, why are you watching? He would watch every episode. I'm like, why are you watching this shit? He's like, bro, I live there. Like, that's my home bar. That's like my friends are in the show. I'm like, yeah, all right. And so we would just watch it. I was like, you know what? You follow any group of 5 people around for 10 years, 5 years, whatever it is, you're gonna get interesting content. But good one. One of his most solid points. Yeah, I definitely think all sides. We have the Dave Smith side, the Nick Fuentes side, and even the neocon side. There are aspects of having solid points, which is why I think there's so much division among the right. Before, when it was just like, okay, very obviously it's not the woke stuff, so whatever else comes with it, we just got to get rid of the woke stuff. Now that, as we're kind of moving past that, and I do think that another wokeness culture war is coming as people start to filter in and start paying attention to politics more, especially as the general primaries start. There's going to be a lot more of it, but at least for now, it has tamped down by a lot. If for no other sign that we can all say things are gay and retarded again. Not a perfect test, but a litmus test.
And to me, I always said this on my show. It feels to me like you have this relationship between the base of the party or the people in the country, and then there's the administration and the regime, or the Republican leadership. And I always felt like during the election, I was speaking towards the administration with the people behind me, saying, like in 2024, I said, I'm not going to vote for Trump unless he promises explicitly no war with Iran, and we're going to get an immigration moratorium. And I felt like
I think that's fair. I think that's fair. He's saying that, like, I'm pleading with the administration, and there's a lot of people behind me that I'm speaking for. He may not be speaking for me specifically, but definitely the case.
We were taking our own side as the voters, as the base, as the America First Republicans, and saying our vote is conditional. We have this set of demands. And it feels like these other influencers, like you say, like a Benny Johnson, a Steven Crowder, et cetera, they're facing us with their back to the party. Yeah. And everything the administration does, their job is to sell it to us so that we are prepared to go out and vote in the midterms, vote in the next cycle, whatever. And so it does just become like you are a regime apologist. That's
moratorium just means like temporary pause. Or maybe not even temporary, but just, ending something. So like if we want a moratorium on immigration, that means that we want to stop immigration, all immigration. But again, I do agree with the other side of the coin of what he's saying, that whether or not you agree with the opinions themselves, it does seem like Nick is the one with his, with the people behind him. And, who else did he say? Crowder and
with influencers, like you say, like a Benny Johnson, a Steven Crowder, et cetera.
Definitely Benny Johnson. I think Benny Johnson a little bit more than Steven Crowder, because Steven Crowder, as much as, again, I don't love his show, I do think that he is, for the most part, genuine in that he really does just follow the party line. He's not grifting that he's doing that. And yeah, the aspect of what he's saying here, makes total sense. We saw it last night with the Benny Johnson video. He's trying to convince the people to go along with the administration, whereas Nick is saying, hey, I'm with the people, trying to get the administration to go for the people. Fair enough.
They're facing us with their back to the party.
Yeah.
And everything the administration does, their job is to sell it to us so that we are prepared to go out and vote in the midterms, vote in the next cycle, whatever. And so it does just become like you are a regime apologist.
And that's a really interesting way to put it, because usually you think you're back to the people. That means that you're turning your back on the people. But no, he's saying he's standing in front of the people. And they are standing in, they meaning the Benny Johnsons of the world, are standing in front of the establishment, being like, nope, Trump is perfect. Trump is perfect.
It's actually your job. You don't even necessarily have an ideology. And what's more, I don't even really think you're on our side, because it's sort of like your job is to launder this to us. So, and it was like,
I really don't like the language of our side. I mean, in context, it definitely will make sense. And, I was just talking about coalitions, specifically in politics. There are sides. But at this level, I don't, like, in terms of just the general landscape, I don't like this side, that side. It's a spectrum. It's the political spectrum.
Like that with every issue. The Iran one, I mean, that was probably the biggest one, but it was on every single one, like you said. And when you would catch him on one thing, it was, well, what about this? What about that? What about, we talked about the border wall. I said, well, the border wall was promised in 2016. Yeah. It's still not built. I think they constructed 50 miles of new wall in the first administration. There's no progress on it really in the second administration. He goes, well, it's more than the Democrats would have built. And he go, okay, but so is the goal for like Republicans to win, or is it for us to fix the country? Because it feels like we're a little bit confused here. So
again, going back to what we were saying about Benny Johnson, he's coming up a lot here, that he is playing a team sports. He's not looking to fix the country. And so, again, even if I don't completely agree with Nick Fuentes, I can see that he is interested in fixing the country, as opposed to being the guy who has the right answers. Drew say, and I think what he's trying to get people to see is our side is your side too. That it's all our side, or taking our side, and they are not. And I agree. I agree with that. I think in the way that he eloquently explained the having your back thing, I think he could tighten that up a little bit more, because even though he isn't saying there's good guys and the bad guys, that's usually the context and when people are talking about sides. And so, like for example, a little analogy with the dog training. For those who know, I'm a dog trainer, and a lot of times dogs will get super excited when you bring out their leash, and it just has the association of, ooh, we're going outside, and so that is inherently going to make them excited. And they're running around the house, doing this. You can't get the collar on, whatever. And so what you can do is, like 5 times a day, just bring out the leash, put it on the table, go back to what you're doing for 5 minutes, and then put it away. And it just distances the connection between the leash is out and we're going outside. And so in this way, it could get you a little bit farther from, we're taking sides, the good side, the bad side, and exactly what he's saying with that here.
And I said this on the lead up to the interview or the debate. I said he's really caught up in the partisanship, Republican, Democrat, and that's the element of it. And I think you're on the money when you say it's like Harry Sisson. Yeah. It's like that seems to be your kind of job. And I'm not on the side of the party. I just want the country to get better. So that's the miscommunication.
Yeah, I couldn't.
If you don't love dogs, you're weird. Everybody should love dogs. Even myself, like, I don't necessarily want to always be dealing with a dog, especially because it's my job now. But, like, dogs in general are awesome. And this dog, he's the best dog.
Agree more. I really like the way you put that, but standing with your back to the people versus your back to the party. It does feel that way. Also, I just, on some fundamental level, I go, if you're doing that, like, if you're that degree of a partisan, what's the point of you? Like, right. I can listen to the White House press secretary. I can listen to Donald Trump. I don't need, like, if you're in this world, whatever this world.
And that's exactly, I've not even realized, that's exactly why I stopped listening to Benny Johnson specifically. It's like, I know this is what they're saying. And Dave hit the nail on the head. What is the point? What is the point? And so I'm still subscribed to the channel because he does hop on every little story that he can. And so when something happens, he's usually first to get some information. But yeah, what other than that, what's the point? I can just read CNN. I could just read the White House press release.
Of us is, or we're talking about politics on our show, what's the point of us if you don't have your own thought? You know what I mean? Like, if you're just representing one of the parties, I already know what the official party line is. I think, well, look, like you
and just to dive on that, even if you have bad ideas, if you're representing those ideas genuinely, then you can talk to other people and you can shift your ideas with new information.
Now, with the immigration example, right? So you go, okay, so you're going to say Donald Trump built some amount of wall in his first term. Okay. If we had elected Hillary Clinton, we can all agree we would have gotten zero amount of wall. Great. We got some wall with Donald Trump. Okay. In the following 4 years, how many tens of millions of people came? Oh, the answer is none of us know. None of us actually even know. Some guess 10, 20. I've seen different projections. We don't even know how many illegals live in the country. But so, look, just take that example, right? So you failed to build the whole wall. What does that mean? That means you failed entirely. And so what?
And it's hard to, like, there is absolutely the ways to say, oh, well, the Democrats this and that, and you can make excuses as to why it didn't happen, and they may be or you can give reasons as to why it didn't happen, and they may be legitimate reasons, but at the end of the day, the buck stops here. The buck stops here. That means that he's the president, so he gets the whatever happens under him, he is the president. And especially if it's his main thing, that was his first thing: build the wall, build the wall, build the wall. And so, fine, the entire establishment was against him in his first term. Then we saw all the craziness with Biden. You would think that if winning the popular vote, having the House and the Senate, and dealing with the crisis, that would be the perfect time to get the most people on board. So where is the wall? Do I think Trump is evil and awful because the wall isn't there? No. But solid question. Where's the wall?
The whole wall. What does that mean? That means you failed entirely. And so what we, of course, should be looking for, if we recognize the Democrats as this existential threat, is what type of foundational permanent changes can be made that will not allow the next administration to just come in and undo all of it, which is a major
Right now, it's just, playing tennis with executive orders. Like, you've been in a bunch of executive orders, and the next person undoes it and does their own executive orders, and round and round and round and round and round and round we go.
Hole in the Trump administration right now, because look, as we've talked about before, he was never really that good at wielding power. He was very good at campaigning. He was always very good at campaigning and telling you how good he'd be at wielding power. But
I didn't hear that, but wouldn't be surprised.
The problem is, right, Donald Trump comes in, he wants to govern by executive order. He kind of likes governing by executive order. First of all, he's not splitting any of the credit. It's all him. He gets to sit down on day one and do this photo op where he signs all the... But what's the problem with that, Nick? Is that day one, I guarantee you, day one of the next Democratic presidency is going to be them doing the exact same thing, doing the same thing where they sit down and they sign 500 executive orders, nullifying every last one of Donald Trump's executive orders. So where's the win in that?
Right. Well, and that's exactly what happened with Biden. And here's what's funny, sort of the structure of that argument is he says, well, and Republicans in general, they'll say, so Biden comes in, he brings in 10, 20 million illegals. That's why Democrats are this existential threat. We have to vote Republican every time. And like you say, we elected Trump the first time to build the wall. Why? Because a wall can never be undone. That was sort of the whole point, is it's this irreversible.
I mean, obviously you could knock it down, but exactly.
There is no more illegal immigration. We've solved it, and it immunizes us against a future Democrat administration. So the way the causal relationship works is that your failure to build the wall directly created the illegal immigration crisis. And so then you have to say it's not just a matter of getting Republicans elected, but getting Republicans elected to do the right job. And then it gets back into, we have an interest as the base and as the country that we're advocating for. Obviously, the party has their own interest, which is to be elected. And that means they need to balance these compromises between the voters, the donors, their patronage network, and so on. And so at that point, you say, okay, so whose side really are you on? And there's this other rhetorical trick they do.
So again, that's kind of what I'm talking. Whose side are you on? Well, but what exactly are you asking with that? What exactly are you asking with that? Because again, the what's not correlation? The connotation is left and right, which translates to good and bad. And so we say, which side are you on? Are you that sentence usually comes out when somebody's saying, "Oh, you disagree with me, so you're a bad person. You're a bad person." Google says Biden sold wall material for 3 to 5 cents on the dollar. Worst president ever.
So whose side really are you on? And there's this other rhetorical trick they do, which is you like to say, I'm really disappointed with Trump. He's either not living up to his promises or straight up betraying us. It's not even just like they had setbacks or they're incompetent, bad at governing, but in some cases, they're just not doing what they said they would do because they don't want to. Like with illegal immigration, why is Trump reluctant to deport illegals from farms, hospitality, Wall Street, and big agriculture? Don't want him to. Yeah. And I said that during the election, like it's not simply that the Democrats are obstructing him. They're choosing not to, and they know they could get away with it because they're going to have these podcasters and influencers telling the voters, oh no, Trump is really trying. It's the Democrats and so on. And, the rhetorical trick that they will use is if you're not satisfied with Republicans, they say, oh, but the Democrats are going to be so much worse. And always the hyperbole. It's not just that the Democrats will be worse. They're going to make Puerto Rico and D.C. a state. They're going to pack the Supreme Court. They're going to bring in 100 million illegals. Mm-hmm. If Democrats get in, it's over forever. And you want to say, well, it wasn't over forever under Biden. And if it was, why didn't they fight to keep Trump in office in 2020? And if it's going to be over in 24, why aren't they nuking the filibuster to pass the save?
Hold on. I think the idea that, the Democrats are existential is talking about a post-Trump world. The fact that Trump could get back in office is why it wasn't as existential. But now that we don't have a Trump anymore, then who are we talking about?
Fact. So somebody's lying here. Why is it that the voters are in this existential, nervous system cycle? It's all going to be over. But Republicans are like, yeah, Democrats are going to win. It's going to be fine. We got to keep the filibuster. So, that's when you realize we're being lied to effectively.
Well, there's a parallel between the rhetoric the Democrats use about Donald Trump. And then, I remember talking about this when Trump got shot in 24, and you'd see Obama and Hillary Clinton wish him a speedy recovery. And you're like, wait. Is he Hitler, or do you wish him a speedy recovery? Because is it the end of democracy, or do we hope this guy recovers so that we can hold elections in a few months? Because you really can't have both of those. So
you can if you don't have any principles, just positions.
Can't wish Hitler a speedy recovery. Well, all right, maybe on your show, but not on Hillary Clinton's show. You can't wish Hitler a speedy recovery. But so it's a kind of similar thing to that. Now, again, I don't think either of us are trying to downplay the threat that is the Democrats. I mean, look, the Democratic establishment over the last 15 years really overstepped in a major way. They took it to a next level, even for American norms, just the way they interfered in the presidential elections, framing Donald Trump for treason, all of these things. But again, that's why it would be that much more important that and this is a major one for me. It seems to be such low-hanging fruit. But you didn't get any prosecutions off Russiagate, dude. Russiagate, it's you. Right. The one time Trump might stand up for someone is when it's him.
And so this is a good time to talk about the idea that two things can be true at the same time. That all of this bullshit is absolutely accurate. And also, Trump is still the best president of our lifetimes. We need the nuance. And it can't be just which side are you on? Because that flattens everything. And we're not all the same. We're different people, but we have a lot of similar goals. And so we want to work out what those goals are. And if you want to talk about sides, then you learn that there's 12 different sides on this side of the aisle and so on and so forth. And you work with that. But just flattening everything into, are you pro-Trump or are you anti-Trump? That's what the wokies do.
It's the only time, right? He's not going to stand up for the J6ers. And I know they brag he got him out of jail 4 years later after letting him get tortured for years and condemning him at the time when he could have pardoned him right away. But
to be fair, given the fact that he was leaving office, if we thought that the people who were in jail who didn't do anything wrong at all would have a speedy trial and get off, and then the people who were rioting would also get a trial and then get their convictions, I don't see any reason for pardons there. And of course, J6 is the third rail. So I mean, that's not reasonable to expect that he would have done the pardons in his first term. They weren't appropriate in the first term. A lot of the arrests definitely weren't appropriate. By the time he got back in, now it's okay, this is a problem that needs to be fixed. In his first term, it was just, okay, this is the legal system playing out. Maybe not ideally, but that's what it's there for.
He would have had to take
number one, yeah.
Right. But it's you. Your own director of national intelligence came out and said she has proof that Obama committed treason. And I got to say, I think she does. I mean, maybe treason isn't the right word, but something. I mean, there's clear criminal
shadiness, fuckery, whatever you want to call it. And this is why I'm going to keep using this analogy of Trump as a loaded gun. Trump was a loaded gun in 2016. And there was a lot of targets that needed to be hit, metaphorically, of course. And so he came in and boom, 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 boom. Hit down a lot, not all of the targets. But then there were more targets left. And he ran out of ammo. And so now he's just a really cool gun. That is, not a great way to bringing a knife to a gunfight. Bringing an empty gun to a gunfight. Hey, shout out to Boggs. Welcome to the party. Very good to see you. Boggs, give me the name of a cool gun. Just a cool gun. What's the name? Like, not an AR-15. That's too basic. But I'm trying to use it for this analogy of Trump being a loaded, really cool gun. Then he came in, emptied the mag. So okay, he came in. He was an HK4. How do you say that? 416 or 416? There we go. He was one of those. I'll pick P90 because that's the easiest one to say. So he came in as a loaded P90 with double magazines and all that stuff, and now he's out of ammo. I think that's a good analogy. Shout out to Chronic. Welcome to the party. All right, yeah, HK416. We'll go with one of those. But yeah, I think that's a good analogy. And so now you're going to hear it a million bajillion times.
Does. I mean, maybe treason isn't the right word, but something. I mean, there's clear criminal activity. And no.
Oh yeah, that's why I brought that up. Because it's like, why then was there no prosecutions? There was no attempt to use the law in the proper way. Even after they were using the law in the improper way against you, then it's your time for revenge. And just nothing. Why? I think it's because he's been got to, whether it's blackmail or something else. Somebody got to him.
No, we're not going after anyone for that. But the problem isn't just getting your own vengeance. It's that, like, but now you didn't destroy the apparatus that can do this to you or the next you in the future. I think that me and you are looking at this from a much more like zoomed out, big picture view. And even when you go, like, you're talking about immigration, you're like, okay, but zoom out. What's the major problem with immigration in the country? Okay, well, the major problem is essentially that the regime has essentially, in an attempt to replace the domestic population, or at least dilute the domestic population, has flooded the country with third world immigration by the millions in huge numbers against the will of the American people. Okay, so that's the problem. You can say the problem is.
There we go. Shout out to Little Toes. Welcome to the party. Interesting how well split this is. We have how do you feel about Nick Fuentes? Love him, like him, dislike him, or hate him. 20% for everything, but 40% of you saying you dislike him. And as Buck said, hate is a strong word, but a lot of people be hating.
Of the American people. Okay, so that's the problem. You could say the problem is, maybe from your perspective, long-term demographic change or something like that. That is not even remotely solved. The problem is exactly the same problem. And by the way, this is his best issue. This is where he's done the best. The one thing that we'd all kind of have to give him credit for is, like, okay, the border is secure now. It was not at the past.
Oh, did that just get louder for you guys, or is that something on my end?
Now it is secure. But that's the best you got. It's like you're driving off a cliff at 90 miles per hour, and he goes, I slowed you down to 85, but we're still headed toward this cliff. Then you don't get credit for solving the problem. And, you know, what I was saying, Donald Trump likes to govern by executive order. I was saying not knowing how to wield power. You make a very important correction to that, which is in some cases, it's actually wielding government power on behalf of, say, a foreign country or something like that, which has clearly been the priority from the beginning of this administration.
I wonder which country he's talking about.
But you go, look, dude, you came in your first time, you had Congress. You come in your second time, you have both houses of Congress and your own Supreme Court. He had so much political opportunity there to, like,
Agreed. This is the point that I made, but notice that I didn't talk about the Supreme Court because that is, I think that's a bad way, again, to be discussing right-wing judges versus left-wing judges, and the idea that, yes, there is a Republican or a Democrat that is going to appoint them, but they're, at the end of the day, we've seen that it's not just the conservative judges rule conservative and the liberal judges vote liberal. I think it's important to know. But I don't think we should be talking about judges as for Supreme Court judges as left-wing judges or right-wing judges, unless it's based on their actual rulings. Shout out to Matthew. Welcome to the party. Guatemala. I was gonna try to make a pun, but I couldn't come today. Oh Jesus, we got Lone Wolf and Cub. Back to crash out about. I don't know. Still haven't seen the video. All right, fair enough. Starting my own country, only immigrants allowed are hot chicks. I'll take that. We'll take that. Welcome to the party, guys. Again, quick reminder, 1 p.m. Eastern tomorrow. Jesse on Fire will be here live to try to convince us all that Charlie Kirk is still alive. Still alive. He's done a big deep dive on all things Erica Kirk, Charlie Kirk, Taylor Robinson, Candace Owens. He's doing it all. And I personally haven't done much of a deep dive. I don't know how deep you guys have gotten into it. But we gonna get into it tomorrow, 1 p.m. Eastern.
He had so much political opportunity there to go hey, listen, Congress, I'm demanding a 1-page standalone bill that says this, and actually do something that is going to really change this, which is not that impossible to do. Right. But you could. Okay, look, he didn't have the juice to get an amendment to the Constitution. What do you need, 75% plus ratifying the states? Okay, you're not there. Although you could even make a really big show about an amendment to the Constitution, but some real amendment that just goes even if it wasn't an amendment, it was a law, but a law that goes, we're forcing every state prison to open their books to us and get every illegal that's in prisons out of the country. Like a slam.
There you go. They're already in prison. Get rid of them. Why is that so far away from what we're doing and what we're talking about that people aren't saying this? We should hear everyone talking about the prison plan, the prison deportation plan. Nothing.
Dunk, 80-20 issue with the American people.
Maybe more.
There's creative ways to wield power, and he never even really tried. Is how it seems to me.
No, and it's like that on every single issue. It's like that with the tariffs, because on the tariffs, they specifically told him in the first administration, there's 2 ways you could do this. You can do these national security tariffs, and that'll take time because we have to do these studies about them. It'll take a couple of years, but they're going to be airtight. And they went with that in the first term. And
right. If they could do it to Nick, do it to them.
Those tariffs are still in place. Now, they had this discussion in the first term also. They said there's another way we could go about it. It's these emergency tariffs. Right. And you have so much more latitude. You could do them whenever you want, unilaterally. They said, but it's not going to hold up in court. And this was Bob.
I still don't fully understand the tariff plan.
Bob Lighthizer, who was the trade representative in the first term, he said you should go with the first one. And they did, and it worked. Second term, had the same conversation. Trump said, I want the emergency tariffs because then I could use them not even so much for economic purposes, but for diplomatic purposes. I could use them to punish or reward countries for diplomacy and so on. Those tariffs, all of them were overturned by the Supreme Court. Comes back with Section 122. Okay, we could put a 10% tariff on everybody right now for 6 months while we work on these other ones. Got shut down by a committee of federal judges last week.
Yeah, Andrew's saying the tariffs were a disaster. There wasn't a plan. He was too impatient. And yet, we heard so many people talking about, this is going to get rid of income tax. We're not even going to need to do income tax anymore because these tariffs are so great. And this is explicitly why I don't try to be the guy that knows all the things about the policies and the wars and the economics and all that stuff. I'm just some normal dude. I mean, I know enough about this stuff to talk about it, but I'm in no way an expert. And so the conversation that you and I have is about appealing to these people and seeing what we think about their better understanding of these policies. And so why was everybody so gung-ho about the tariffs? And then they didn't work. And everybody was just really quiet about it. Mark said tariffs help the company I work for. It's still helping. All right, say more. How is it helping? Chronic said if you're illegal for any reason, you need to leave.
Bingo.
Yep. Mark said Nick is right about this. Just a bunch of bad moves, one after another. I'll say a lot of bad moves. A bunch of bad moves. Fair. Not one after the other. There's some good. There's some bad. At least in my opinion. But the bad is pretty bad. Oh, do they? Oh, do they? Drew said he invoked an emergency tariff act to push them through, and they were struck down as unconstitutional. When he did them his first term, he got them through Congress, which is why we still have those, and we'll finish that when it comes up.
Other ones got shut down by a council.
Why we still have those tariffs?
Committee of Federal Judges last week. And you said,
I don't know why YouTube's been doing that. I thought maybe it was my laptop that was slowing down. But has anybody else been noticing that the pause is pause and play sometimes is delayed? But yeah, so is that what's that last sentence saying? Which is why we still have those tariffs. That was like ran out of characters. Yeah, gotcha. So I said to buy American first, we need better manufacturing. Indeed, we do. So we buy American-made raw materials. We employ Americans. We sell to Americans. We got customers coming over from China after the tariffs. A lot of them, more than we could help. We got customers from all over India, all over the world. Indeed. Shout out to equality and deference because vagina. Welcome to the party. Said, liked, and shared. Oh my goodness, thank you so very, very much. You guys know that stuff is free. It's easy. It just takes a second, and it really, really, really does help the channel out. And it does not even matter if you think anybody's going to click on the link that you shared. Just by telling the platform that you want more people to see it, they will show it to more people. Welcome. Said, not haters, just clear thinkers on this subject. And that is why there's the question mark. That is why there's the question mark. Because so far, I'm agreeing with them. Not fully, but they are absolutely bringing up solid points. Welcome. I'll grab that. Also said our cars aren't even that good. Ford, I go Japan over other countries every time. Plus, I got Nintendo and PlayStation. Yeah, I don't see myself ever buying an American car ever again. Japanese, or I mean, if you can afford it, like the German engineering. But yeah. All right, welcome to the party. Let's dive back in. What? Okay, maybe I didn't.
got shut down by a council of federal or committee of federal judges last week. And you say the right way to go about, and I know maybe you don't agree because you're a libertarian.
No, I don't agree with the tariffs, but I'm curious to hear your point.
But since, Trump is a protectionist and that's part of the agenda, the way to go about it would.
I did. Civic was not my first car. I crashed my first car. It was a lesbian Subaru. But then I got a Civic. It was a 4-door and it was an automatic, but I thought it was awesome. And that I was a little ricer. And I bought so many parts off of eBay. And oh man. Couldn't even pass the inspection. So I had to get a new car and got an Acura. I love that Acura. A little Acura coupe. Oof. Yeah, right. It's buffering. Wait, how about here? Echo, right? Echo.
But since, Trump is a protectionist and that's part of the agenda, the way to go about it would be a tariff schedule passed by Congress, which we haven't done in 100 years. And arguably, you could make the case because that's government revenue. That's hundreds of billions of dollars.
Hence why I said, if you can afford it.
In perpetuity, the government collects, and that would have been the way to do it. And it's the same thing with any of these different policies. You could do an executive order, cheap, easy. Trump can do it at a whim, or he can actually take the time, do it in the legislature, do it in a more comprehensive, systematic way, and it stands for, decades or a century or something. He always goes with the former. And this gets back to, one, And you are right. Trump is incompetent. Like, he's terrible at governing. That is 100% true. But it also gets back to the original point, which is, who are we advocating on behalf of? Because for me, it's like, for us, for the people, we have to win, or quality of life for us gets really bad. Like, we actually all have skin in the game. Yeah. So we need Trump to succeed. I'm not out here rooting for him to fall because I'm just like mad. I'm rooting for him to succeed because if he doesn't, it's we that have to live among the third world immigrants. It's we that suffer because our purchasing power is destroyed, and we are going to die in the war potentially if there's a draft.
Rules for thee, but none for me. It's only unconstitutional when it doesn't help our side. Our side. This is, again, I don't like that framing, but yeah, absolutely. Absolutely.
After, even if not, it's the gas prices, it's everything else. And so we want it to succeed, but obviously the politicians, if they had it their way, they would be, one, lazy, but two, make the compromises they need to get their golden parachute, take care of their donors, whatever. So it comes down to interest-based politics. I'm on the side of the people and our issues. This whole other class, it really is, they're not on the same team as us.
Yeah.
You know, you have to, we always talk about the Republicans are this we need to win. We gotta, it's not we, it's them and us.
Well,
which is exactly why we shouldn't be talking about this side, our side, their side, because there's our side of our side, and then there's our side versus their side, and it gets confusing. It gets confusing. And Nick is articulate enough to be able to talk about this without using that framing.
That's right. And especially when, like, Donald Trump is flat out saying MAGA is Mark Levin. Right. Like, that's who it is. Not only is it not Nick Fuentes, it's not even Tucker Carlson, not Candace Owens, not Alex Jones, not Megyn Kelly. We can't even compromise on Megyn Kelly.
And so this is the rhetorical battle with MAGA and America First. As much as, you know, Nick is making a lot of sense, I don't want America First to be only a Groyper thing. I want that to mean what it says. Just policies that put Americans first. It seems like we're already losing the rhetorical battle of MAGA specifically. I've been saying Trump hasn't been MAGA at the very least since the 24 election, because MAGA is an idea. It's not just whatever Trump says. I mean, you can compare it to the divine command theory. Like, is it, if God says something is good, is that good because God said it, or did God say it was good because it is good? Which one is it?
Like, I'd get on board if it was Megyn Kelly. You know, a lot of times people will say this, like, oh, Dave, you're just such a radical that you'll be upset unless you get everything I want. It's like, motherfucker, everything I want is not even on the table. It's not even in the realm of possibility. Like, do you really think, like, if Donald Trump, like, got the border secured, maybe just, like, slowed down on the money printing, like, we weren't devaluing our currency so fast and didn't start any wars and had a reasonable, like, I'd be sitting here going, like, but he didn't abolish the income tax. Like, no, that's not what I'm saying. I'm saying we can't meet at Megyn Kelly.
Right.
I have to support Mark Levin. Well, no, like, no, we're not.
Oh, Miriam Adelson governs America. It's funny if you're saying it tongue in cheek. If you're legitimately saying, no, she just pulls all the strings, then you get into a little bit. If you're just saying that tongue in cheek, that's great. That's a good one. That's a good one.
Right. I have to support Mark Levin. Well, no, like, no, yeah. We're not in any ways on the same team. I am much more on Anna Kasparian's team than I am on Mark Levin's team. So I'm sorry. I know this blows partisan people's brains. You know,
there you go, there you go, Box. A little shout out to T.
Levin's team. So I'm sorry. I know this blows partisan people's brains. You know, they have this weird thing. You see that video they made that went viral of you and Anna Kasparian. And it's like, but it's so dumb, dude. They're trying to make, like, look, they have the exact same talking points. And it's like, no, what you found is that they say the things that every critic of Israel says. Like, yeah, this is like kind of the basic, like here's a point where he said they're committing genocide and she said they're committing genocide. It's like, yeah, that, and they go, horseshoe theory proved. And you're like, okay, but, like, you know, there's a middle part of that horseshoe too.
Right.
Like, also Nancy Pelosi.
But there's also, I mean, that's a good point too. But there's also the aspect that there's some things that are not strictly or mutually exclusive that you know, right or left, which again is why I don't like this team sides thing. But the idea is that some things people are just going to think And it doesn't mean that you're in this camp because you think this thing. Just because you're against a specific action, you're against the war, that doesn't mean you're in the same party.
And Donald Trump and Mark Levin, you know what I mean? Like, they all say the same thing. You could do the same thing about them all saying, we can't allow them to have nuclear weapons or whatever. Like, this just doesn't prove anything. And when it comes to this war in Iran, it seems to me that, like, if you're for it, there is no meaningful way that we are on the same team.
See, I tried to get ahead of it. I tried to get ahead of it and pause it. It seemed like he was going down with the end of the sentence. I tried, and of course that is when it pauses immediately. Shout out to JL. Welcome to the party. Very good to see you, sir. And we got the big vibe from Drew. Thank you. Oh, where's my applause? There we go. And of course, a treat for the. Did you drop it? Got it? All right. There you go. Thank you. So very, very much. And of course, that adds not only to the stream goal that can get Morty a special treat and me, I'm going to do some push-ups for these puny arms, but also the weekly goal for a movie night. Thank you so very much. And of course, that makes you the new sponsor of the stream. Very much appreciated.
If you're for it, there is no meaningful way that we are on the same team.
Right.
And so I think this is kind of why I responded to Andrew Wilson with, why don't we just debate the war? Because even though you might say you're against it, and I'm not saying he's not against it, I'm sure he is, but I think part of this also fundamentally comes down to what you think this war is. Like, I heard Andrew Wilson describe it in his debate with Owen Schroyer, I believe it was. I think that's who he debated. And he goes, he's just.
We'll cover that one eventually. It's just, we did a lot of Wilson-centric stuff, so I'm saving that one. But I haven't watched it yet, so assuming it's good, then we'll cover that one eventually. But well, he said Dave Smith also wears clothes. You know who else wore clothes? Hitler. Exactly. Oh, yeah.
His debate with Owen Schroyer, I believe it was. I think that's who he debated. And he goes, he's just killing pedophiles over there, man. They're all pedophiles anyway. And Andrew said to me, he goes, you just heard that clip. It's kind of taken out of context. And fair enough, maybe it is. But if you view the war that way, even if you're against it, you certainly wouldn't have the same feelings that, say, I have. You know, one of the things I was thinking about, I'll give this away if we do debate, that I would have asked Crowder, or I would ask Andrew Wilson, is like, are there any things a president could do that just on moral grounds alone, you'd go, I can't support this anymore? So, like, let's just say hypothetically, let's say Donald Trump, all other things being equal, he ordered 20,000 abortions. I don't even mean voluntary abortions. I mean involuntary. I mean, all abortions are involuntary in some sense, but the mother didn't even want them. He just ordered 20,000 abortions. I think you'd all concede, okay, we can't support him after that. And
okay, I was like, wait, who did this? When did that happen? He's saying, no, you're making the point that, okay, at what point would you jump off the Trump chain? At what point would you jump off?
I mean, all abortions are involuntary in some sense, but the mother didn't even want them. He just ordered 20,000 abortions. I think you'd all concede, okay, we can't support him after that. And no more of this, like, oh, the Democrats are worse. It's like, just on basic moral grounds, you can't support. So, okay, that's kind of how I view this. Like, I don't think I'm against abortion because it's murder. I'm also against killing 168 little schoolgirls because it's murder. So there's that element of it.
Right.
Now, I don't necessarily think that is a one-to-one analogy, but I do think that makes sense in terms of it's internally logical that murder is bad, abortion is murder, war necessitates people dying, whether you want to call that murder or not. And so I don't want people dying unjustly or unnecessarily or whatever. But they're not the same thing. War and abortion are not the same thing. And so, I think we're going to say a lot of times throughout this, that, like, okay, I see where he's coming from, but caveat.
Also, the element that it's fucking treason, dude. Like, it's okay. It's not literal treason. Obama having Jolani at the White House and giving foreign aid to Syria is literally treason. That is literally treason. By the way, you know, they love bringing up.
Ooh, this is the age-old question. If you went back in time, and it only changed the one thing would you kill baby Hitler? I'm being a little cautious with the way that I'm typing it, just because we already have a strike on the channel, and the first strike that I got on the channel was because of a poll. But interesting. We'll see what you guys say. Shout out to Costco Law School. Welcome to the party. Is abortion actually, we can say kill. Abortion actually kills over 1 million babies a year, so it is a different scale of damage. The Iran war didn't kill 1 million babies, and are also a different thing. Right. So from either side of it, they're just simply not the same thing. And so when it comes to abortion, the numbers of people dead under abortion versus the number of people dead under the Iran war, it's very different. When we have the context of why these people are dying, when it comes to abortion, it's very different than why people are dying in Iran. And it's very clear that that difference doesn't matter to Dave. And if I had a better understanding of the ins and outs, I might also say, well, the war is sometimes justified, but this is not. And it does seem, from everything I understand, that this is not justified. I said 168 schoolgirls that were put in danger by the IRGC due to them placing a school in a military complex for the sole purpose of exactly what happened. Yup. Yeah. Well, but they don't think so, right? They've been able to spin up a narrative in their head that it's not a person, so it's not murder. Box on my abortion, take pisses off both sides, but I can't not be me. Fair enough. Quality said, if the war is unjustified, it is murder. This war is unjustified. Drew said, I wouldn't say it doesn't matter to Dave. I think he's trying to say to get people on the right who don't see the conflict the same way he does to see his perspective by using an example they understand. Fair. I will take that. When I say it doesn't matter, I mean it doesn't matter enough that he's willing to make the distinction that I'm making. But great.
To Syria is literally treason. That is literally treason. By the way, they love bringing up that Iran killed our Marines, which is not exactly true. It was like groups in Lebanon who were friendly with Iran killed our Marines. Iran built all the roadside bombs that killed our boys. And also not exactly true. If you look into them, they were produced in Iraq. Now they were used by some Shiite groups that were linked to, that are like friendly with Iran, although we were partners with the closest, to Iran. I know you know this stuff. But, there was also a Sunni insurgency that we were dealing with for the most part. Jolani brags about how he was a member, how he was killing our boys in Iraq, that he was in Fallujah doing the fighting. He was a member of the insurgency. Trump has him at the White House.
Right.
Not a peep out of all of these guys who are so mad about this stuff. So there's that like kind of treasonous element. You launched a war of aggression.
That also speaks to the level of how much the media really drives all of our conversations. If you think that your conversations and things that you care about aren't driven directly by the media, whether it's mainstream media or just the podcast that you listen to or your TikTok algorithm or whatever it is, that's silly. Because you can see that stuff like the things that get people very upset happen all over the place. But it's only the ones that get focused on that people focus on. Shout out to Quality and Deference, because vagina with the $2 make you holla. Of course, every donation comes with a treat for the overlord. Oh, I got to throw away those sunflower seeds. I thought maybe I told you guys a while ago that maybe, I was eating them and I had a weird feeling. Maybe I magically became allergic to them or something like that. He was not okay last night. Once he threw up, he was fine, but we got to get rid of those. Thank you. Quality said, thanks for having the Dave video. Love that guy. That's shit. Me too. Again, don't always agree, but love that dude. Dude said when he's running for office, his antagonism is great. When he's in power, his antagonism is just gross. Yeah. It's different contexts, and part of politics, is knowing how to play the game. And so while we don't want people who are just merely playing a game, we need people who play the game. As we just saw with Thomas Massie, unfortunately, the unity of the party is, it matters, because you're not in office and you can't change anything. And it seems like Trump maybe doesn't fully grasp that he is in a different place than he was when he's first. I don't know. Also, I do believe Iran would be happening regardless of Republican or Democrat, because every president since Clinton, maybe longer, but this is all I can verify, has said Iran cannot have a nuke. And I wish I would have, obviously hindsight is 2020, but I wish we would have been more, dug into that statement a little bit more, especially since all of our lives, the presidents have been saying it. We should have been a little bit more, especially with the no new wars guy. Like, okay, well, we know all of that. They're just go to war if Iran tries to get a nuke. But you're the no new wars guy. What happens if Iran tries to get a nuke? If you go to war, then all your by being the no new wars president, you're just benefiting from the fact that we were already in so many wars, and that the situation didn't come up where you felt the need to start a war. And that's not really as big of an accomplishment than being in that position where you could have started wars and didn't. Yeah, nope. You're here already, right? I think you were here, but either way, shout out to Matthew King. Welcome. Said, even if you killed Hitler, somebody else would have led the charge. He was only popular because a large percent of Germans felt the same or worse. Very true. But I do think that if, for the purposes of this conversation, if we are talking about these figures, I do think it's fair to say somebody like a Trump or a Hitler in very different ways are unique enough that theoretically it could be that even though a lot of people had that anger, not everybody is going to have the charisma to go from being a failed artist, a failed Austrian artist, to leading Germany into a world war. What are you guys saying with the poll? Shout out again to Equality, aka Batman. 80% of you are saying no, I would not kill baby Hitler. I don't know. I would have to learn the exact rules of the time travel. But if it's just a matter of just simplifying, like if we put it as simple as possible, if you have the chance to prevent the Holocaust, so that's built in, you can prevent the Holocaust by going in this specific time machine that will allow you to go and kill baby Hitler and have no other effects except that the Holocaust doesn't happen. I would do that. But, of course, that, theoretically is not how it would work, because the butterfly effect and all that stuff. But it is very true. It is very true that a lot of Germany felt that way. But I wonder if it would, if anyone else would have actually been able to do what Hitler did. I also wonder if anybody else would have been able to do MAGA like Trump has. Yeah, we have no idea. But that's why we're saying specifically that. Yeah. I'm changing that. But that's what I'm saying. If it's that specific, then yes. But you can't know. You can't know. Strangle that little. No, just I'll probably. I don't know. What's the quickest way for a baby to die? You could go with the pillow. Right? Just suffocate the thing. You said, why is it always Hitler? Why is it never Mao or Pol Pot? Why are we so culturally obsessed with the Holocaust? Well, did you have the History Channel in your house? every other day was a brand new fucking Holocaust documentary. Shout out to Liberty Plus TV. Welcome. Definitely. All right, welcome to the party, guys. Let's dive back in.
Guys who are so mad about this stuff. So there's that like kind of treasonous element. You launched a war of aggression and slaughtered people on behalf of a foreign country. Like it's not just the practical. I think there's also just like a moral argument that like we can't be a part of that. We can't excuse that away. That's how I feel.
For me, it's less about morality.
Real quick, does anybody watch The Boys that has seen the finale already? I want to talk about it in a way that won't spoil it, but I have some things to say. How powerful would they be with 6 million more? No comment.
Use that away.
No comment.
That's how I feel.
For me, it's less about morality, only because, and I know probably your audience is going to not love this, but I think that when a president engages in a war, these are things that do happen. It's horrible. It's tragic. But there is some truth to the fact that if we're going to conduct any foreign policy, it probably will involve military kinetic action. If that happens, then people will die. That's what happens in a war. For me, the question is more about, and to the larger point, who is the war for? And I think that...
Ooh, indeed. Shout out to T-Bone. Welcome to the party. Said a 43-year-old white male, 3-time Trump voter. Not thrilled with Trump's second term, but it's better than the alternative. Exactly. And I think there's so many people that feel this way, that the people who are just all for Trump think that it's weak or silly or something to feel this way. But like, it's very clear, like, fine, if Trump is still doing the things that you want him to do, great. But we all have different opinions. We all have different perspectives. And, if there's no question that he's changed a little bit. And so if you like that change, good for you. But other people don't like that change. Welcome to the party. Shout out to Fort Worth. Buck said the thing is, they pass for whites, and in fact are not. What the fuck are we talking about? Moving on.
The question is more about it, and to the larger point, who is the war for? And I think that it's not even so much about the morality of people dying in the war, whether they're civilian casualties or military casualties. It's the whole premise of MAGA and America First is America First. And
not Groyper Nick Fuentes. Hopefully.
And that is what animated the whole movement at 16. It was in contradistinction to Jeb Bush and the Bush dynasty and the legacy of Iraq. And to me, those are just the fundamental pillars. And, not to keep going back to it, but Crowder said to me, it's a purity test. He said, what could a president do to win your vote? I'm like, keep the promises they made. They said no new wars. Here's your new war. They said mass deportations. We're not getting them. That's not a big ask. And what's more, let's be honest, the war in Iran is not like some isolated event. People are...
Well, Tim said the immigration problem seems to have been resolved. That was a major issue going into 2024. I think more accurately, we would say that the border crisis has been resolved. But yeah, there is a huge problem with illegal immigration. Far from solved, especially since Trump might ruin the Republicans before he leaves. I don't even if things go bad in the midterms for Republicans, I don't necessarily see that the border is going to become such a big problem again. Definitely possible, but I don't really see that. But either way, there's way too many people here. There's way too much fraud going on, and the border specifically, net negative. Was it net negative or net negative crossings, self deportations. What's the question? Not without Nick Fuentes, just not being associated necessarily with Nick Fuentes. I want America First to be a thing that, okay, if you're a groyper, you can be America First, but just because you're America First doesn't mean you have to be a groyper. That's what I want. There we are. Box said Nick Caller ran nearly a year before it happened. Almost like the 12-Day War gave us some foresight. when the run-on-the-mill racist calls it so far in advance, it should give us pause. Yup.
Are trying to analyze, and they say, well, it's about energy dominance with China. Venezuela and Iran are part of this. We're boxing China in so they don't get their oil. And, without even getting too much into that, it's complete context denial, which is that we've been conducting a foreign policy for 30 years where we systematically went into Iraq, Syria, Libya, Iran, all these countries to decimate them. And it actually doesn't fit a very clear through line or a narrative for American interest.
Let's not forget that Trump is still going to be the president. He might be neutered with with Congress. But I don't think that, I don't think that is necessarily on the table just because we lose the midterms. But hey, more content for me. Jokes, guys.
And it actually doesn't fit a very clear through line or a narrative for American interest. You had all these different arguments. It's about spreading democracy. It's about chemical weapons. It's about nuclear weapons. The clear through line is these are all adversaries of Israel. This is part of their plan to terraform the Middle East in such a way where they have no rivals.
Well, yeah. I mean, when you're saying vote for the Democrats, then you're certainly getting in the way. So that's why, and if he thinks that is the best thing for America, good for you. You're allowed to have silly opinions. But just because I want Americans and American soil put first doesn't mean that I agree with what the Groypers say.
And this is, by the way, what they wanted and that no other president gave them. They wanted it under Bush, Obama, Trump. They tried to get it even under Biden when they provoked Iran a couple of times in 2024. And Trump finally gave them, the ideological neocons and Israel, what they've been wanting basically for 50 years, ever since the Islamic.
Well, that's the only thing you hear because that's the only thing they have right now. I'm assuming you're talking about the left, not necessarily the people on the right who aren't happy with Trump. Because, I mean, there's Iran, there's Epstein. Those are two big things for me. But it's because everything is just encompassed in Trump bad. Trump bad. So whatever is happening, if there's not much going on, Trump's still bad. So gas, Trump bad. That simple. Like we said, Groypers are socialists. They should be as far from power as Dems. Fair enough. George Washington was the best president we've had by far. He wouldn't have none of this BS today. And that is what I argued against Teriak on Swords of Reason. Shout out to Speakeasy. That is exactly where I went between Washington and Lincoln. Again, Trump is the greatest president of my lifetime, but not ever. Not ever. Yeah, exactly. Not all oaks are trees, but not all trees are oaks. All toads are frogs, not all frogs are toads. You get it. You get it. Matthew said 10 years ago I was willing to watch it all burn. Now that I have kids, it's changed my outlook. I want a brighter future for my boys. And I do think that this has a lot, this type of switch. You're Gen X, Matthew? I see a lot of Gen Xers kind of just being disillusioned. And it is usually ones without kids. And I can resonate with that, and I can understand where that's coming from. Because if you guys have been here for a while, you remember when I did that stream where we were talking about the three TikToks, and we are talking about Gen X, or rather, some Zoomer was saying Gen X is the worst generation ever. And we got through the videos, and it blew the fuck up. And Gen X was very, very mad at me. But the TLDR is everybody saying, well, me as a millennial was saying, how come when Gen X got to a certain age, they didn't start taking over? Why are the baby boomers still in place? And a lot of people were saying, like, it's not the same. The Gen X is a much, much, much smaller generation than the baby boomers. That's why they're called baby boomers. But that does make sense. But hey, now that you've already been disillusioned, then I'm going to try to bring you back in, because now millennials are old enough, and now even Zoomers are getting old enough to be the coalition against the boomer mentality, whether it's left or right. Larry said Trump was at his best when he was talking about eliminating income tax and ordering the Fed. Where'd that guy go? I wish. Basically a boomer. Okay, boomer. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Oh, really? Yep. That was fun. That was fun. It was a little overwhelming. I was not ready. For a video with 3,000 comments. But hey, we're still here, right? We're still here. All right, diving back in.
On a couple of times in 2024, and Trump finally gave them, the ideological neocons and Israel, what they've been wanting basically for 50 years, ever since the Islamic Revolution. And so you say,
I call you the
like, not only did you not deliver America first, but you repudiated America first with your allegiance to the biggest threat to it. And all these people are acting like, oh, well, so what? It's not a big deal. It's only 2 weeks. It's only 30 days. It's only 15 casualties. And you say that's ignoring the bigger picture. He changed sides. Like,
yeah, I'm getting to that boomer stage. Remember, guys, baby boomer is the name of a generation. Boomer is just a meme. That means you act like an old person.
He's with the enemy, giving them everything they ever wanted.
Yeah, no, that's exactly right, dude. I mean, all of the never.
Nobody watched The Boys. Nobody.
All of the Never Trumpers, I saw someone was posting today that National Review Never Trump, issue. All these guys, Mark Levin and Ben Shapiro, and all the guys who are championing this move with Donald Trump, they were all the people who said they would never vote for Donald Trump for moral reasons and all this stuff. And yeah, dude, it is pretty hard to ignore that this is the continuation of the clean break strategy.
Jesus Christ, YouTube, fix your shit. It is, Zillennial, because it's a mix of Gen X and Millennial. Zillennial, yeah. They also, for a while, were talking about Gen Y, which is the middle millennials like myself, maybe like 89 to 94 ish, because they're whenever we're talking about generations, we used to separate these generations in a sense of this group of people experienced a similar type of society, a similar type of life. There's obviously cultural changes and stuff, but over 20 years, not too much is going to change. And then after the baby boomers, then Gen X, and from Gen X on, the generations have been getting smaller and smaller and smaller because of how quickly society is moving. And so it is useful to talk about Gen X and Zillennials, then Millennials, then Gen Y, then younger Millennials. All of those, my sister was born in 94. I was born in 89. She's born in 94. A little over, with the months. She's a little over 5 years younger than me. But while we have a lot of similarities in terms of technology and stuff, pop culture specifically, there was a big, we were a Nickelodeon family. And the shows that my brother watched, or let's say the shows that my brother and I watched together, were different than the shows that I watched, on my own after school when I got older, which were different from the shows that she watched when she came home from school at the same age. And so just, was The Boys any worse than Game of Thrones? I know how The Boys ends just because of the comics, but I haven't watched all of the finale. No, I don't think so. I think it was, it's very lacking, but I think the fact that the entire season of Game of Thrones was so bad, and then, no, not as bad. Not as bad. I do think that there was, this is why I want to talk to you guys about. I think there's a lot there, but I think a larger conversation, again, about pop culture, which is so very important because we need to have something in common other than politics, is what I call the Stranger Boys. The Stranger Boys effect. There's so much time between seasons that you can't really keep yourself caring about these characters, and so the emotional beats just don't kind of hit. So we need to go back to a season every year, 22 episodes. Pay the fucking people that need to make that shit. Wishbone is a little older. Like that was that. If I would watch it if it was on, but that was like, oh, this is old stuff. I mean, I was like 9, but yeah. So I'm familiar. That, but I'm more of like, Hey Arnold, Doug and Rugrats, Rocket Power, that kind of stuff. That was what I was paying attention to. That explains a lot. I'm just kidding. All right, let's dive back and shout. Do 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 do.
It is pretty hard to ignore that this is the
Not on
continuation of
Nickelodeon.
the clean break strategy. We're just watching it. Like, they all said it in their own words for so many decades. You could just go back and read what they wrote. And we're to believe that
Power Rangers for sure.
Coincidentally, the 7th country on Wesley Clark's list. It happens to be, and coincidentally,
Pokemon.
It's the entire Israel lobby that pushed him into it. I will say it's been. I mean, look, maybe this is a major theme anytime I feel like talking to you. But it is crazy how much the Overton window has moved on this. We're now, I don't know if you saw this, but both John Kerry, Hillary Clinton, those are two, there were a few others, but I mean, these are two, the Democratic secretaries of state and presidential nominees who came out and just said exactly what you said. They go, Netanyahu was always trying to get all of us to do that. Like, this is this is just open now. It's just like, this is the obvious thing. It's like, well, yeah, we all know Netanyahu's trying to get us into these wars, but you don't do it. You give them some, you don't give them all of them, you know? And then we're to look back at Obama as if he stood up to the Israel lobby or something like that. It's like he gave him Libya and Syria. So like he didn't really stand. But yes, even he did say, we won't do this one. Even George W. Bush stood up to Dick Cheney and the neocons on this one. And it was because of the military realities of going after Iran. It's been interesting to watch. I know, like, I've seen some of your coverage of this, and I think both of us, we're trying to be fair about this. We were both kind of going, after the 6-day war, I certainly was questioning because, well, frankly,
the 6-day, I thought it was the 12-day war.
There were some people who I admire very much who did.
What happened? You saw the mug was in my hand.
Get a little out over their skis. I think Tucker and Jeffrey Sachs and Mearsheimer probably all said variations of like, if you attack their nuclear sites, they will shut down the strait and they will hit our bases.
Bro, I was obsessed with Pokemon. The first, the first 150 generation. By the time I got older, then I grew out of it. But when that was the thing, probably like 97ish. Oh, my whole room was Pokemon stuff. And then after that age is when I started getting into music. And so I had a little mural of CD covers. I'd take out the CD cover. If it was a book, that I would just cut out the first page and I put it all in a giant square in my room. I wish I had a picture of that. Yeah. Chronic said, when you talk about prosperity and a better life for the American people, most fail to understand what it takes for that to happen and how America became successful in the first place. Very true. Very, very true. Oh, that was a different one. Gotcha. Thank you. Nope. Did you not? Didn't I just post that fucking that short the other day? I woke up today and chose danger. Follow along for deep dives on movies and TV. I know so many people love anime in general, but specifically with Attack on Titan and One Piece. People love this stuff. You can go back on my page. I tried to watch Attack on Titan, and I've tried to watch a bunch of other anime shows before, and it's just not for me. So much so that I can't even get far enough into the show to understand, like, what was it supposed to be? What even is going on here? So I am desperately pleading with anybody who has been able to watch Attack on Titan or One Piece. Tell me, what is it about? What is it supposed to be? Why is it supposed to be so loved? And why did you hate it? I know. I'm not the only person. Straight up rage
like anime, even though I haven't seen a lot of anime. Not like I haven't seen any anime. I mean, I gave Attack on Titan a good like 30 episodes or something, and it's just not for me. But I want to know what is it? How do you like it that much? And why am I completely justified in hating anime? I'm funny. That was straight. I was like, you know what? I need some TikTok engagement. So if it was just a YouTube short, I would have said I woke up and chose violence. But it's TikTok. But yeah, just not for me. My mom threw out all my fucking Pokemon cards when I was in college. I was so mad. It's like, yo, that's real money. T-Bone said, who's Dave Smith voting for in 28?
He's probably going to abstain from what it looks like here, especially a GOP without a Thomas Massie. I think he's going to abstain. But hey, there's plenty of time. Plenty. Yeah, I don't think he's not going to vote Democrat. But it's a libertarian haram to vote left. Well, there's a lot of left-wing libertarians that would disagree. And so that, yeah, I mean, I don't understand why so much of it is like, I wouldn't enjoy watching Pokemon now as an adult, except for the nostalgia, but like it's always got this childish, juvenile, like, oh, so over dramatized. It's like, just do the thing. Like, I was watching Attack on Titan, and it's just every episode, it's just like, oh, and just like your body's not moving, but your feet are going, and you're running on roofs, and you hate to die, and then something's happening, and this is happening. I'm like, I don't care about any of this. I don't care about any of this. Make me care. That's the job. That's the job. Make me care. That's not it. The King say that's a problem with tariffs. They're a 10-year plan type of thing. Make random Chinese junk cost more so our manufacturing can complete. But it takes years to build the manufacturing plants. And so this is the whole thing about this was the whole thing about short-term pain for long-term gain. Like, I was willing to buy into that idea, but I needed to see something that aligned with that, and I just didn't. God damn you, Bobby. And look at the picture that I have for my loser button. Here we go. Right.
Loser!
That's Hank Hill. God damn it, Bobby.
Loser!
All right. I completely agree. This is what I've been saying for a minute. It's going to be Gavin Newsom versus somebody. Probably Marco Rubio. But we will see. Disagree. Oh, I fucking love that. The first Pokemon movie. Oh, that was right in there. And when I was at the perfect age. Agreed. All right, diving back in.
Jeffrey Sachs and Mearsheimer.
Why though? I'm not saying no. Why though? I don't really feel like. I think he's got charisma, but it doesn't seem like he's got much else. Like, he's a good figure. He's a good vice president. But I don't know. I mean, I'm not saying he can't handle being the president, but he hasn't shown us anything that would be like, oh, okay, that's why I want him to be a president.
I think Tucker and Jeffrey Sachs and Mearsheimer probably all said variations of like, if you attack their nuclear sites, they will shut down the strait and they will hit our bases. And that turned out not to be true.
So was Kamala Harris. Just saying. And again, agreed. But I think the issue that we're discussing right now is that Trump endorsement is not such a strong thing anymore at all. Yeah, like, I can see myself voting for. I mean, it would be Massie MTG, not MTG Massie. But I would vote for them. I would do that. Are you sure about that? It's way too early for endorsements like that, and Rubio is a front runner. So I would double check that. Not saying you're wrong. It just doesn't pass the smell test. Shout out to Brandon Murphy. Welcome. So JD Vance would beat Newsom because Gavin got more controversies than Vance. I disagree because they're controversies to us. They're not controversies to the left. They don't see it as a scandal or anything. They see like politics going on and money going here and money there and going there. But it's not just his hair. That's like that's why he's been in the governor for so long. So I wish that was the case, but I don't know. I really let's put that to a poll. Who would win? Who would win 28? Newsom or JD Vance? Let me know what you think. Quality's heading out. Thank you so very, very much. You have a good one. Let's say keep JD as vice and Marco for president. He could be the first multi-term vice president. I don't hate that, but I'm definitely not voting for Marco Rubio. I'm not voting for. That's not happening. That's not happening. If they try to prop up the swamp, I think people will revolt. Well, I mean, does this count as revolting? Because Trump is propping up the swamp, and I'm calling it out. This is involved in a presidency that murders babies. I don't know. Well, which president didn't murder babies? Which one didn't murder babies? Yes, you do. I'm not counting on it. I'm not counting on it. Because I think it's Vance because he's a little less American Psycho-y. Fair. But, again, they don't see him that way.
To attack their nuclear sites, they will shut down the strait and they will hit our bases. And that turned out not to be true. Like
right.
And you look at that and you go, maybe they will just roll over. Maybe
not anyone under 60.
Maybe they will just capitulate. I mean, I don't think so, but I'd still warn against this war because look of all these potential catastrophic outcomes. And then we launch this one and it's like, oh yeah, we're here now. This is what everyone was warning against. And I don't know where you see this going, but I think, I'm not saying like Professor Pape is right and it's guaranteed that we're in the escalation trap. I hope Donald Trump just walks away at some point. It does seem, though, at least right now, we're at this very dangerous position where the absolute best thing Donald Trump could do is just stop.
We all know that Donnie is very good at reining things in, right?
Stop it and come home. And the problem is that that's it. And that's the end of his presidency, man. I mean, there's just no... And so, like, I saw Joe Kent, he comes on and he goes, Mr. President, he's the only one strong enough to leave and save his presidency and say it was a win and all this. And I'm like, man, I hope he's listening to him. Like, that's who you should listen to? This guy who looks like a He-Man doll and is your sir, yes, sir. And okay. But if me and you were just speaking honestly, that's admitting total defeat. His approval rating will be in the 20s. In the next couple months. If after this, that's all he has to show for it, is that Iran is transformed into a global power who now has this ace in the hole. They can close the strait anytime they want.
And then let's also think about, when it comes to the JD Vance thing, that how strong is a Trump endorsement if his approval rating is so low?
That's a disaster. And Donald Trump, and that's still his best option. And so, but he has not even begun to accept that that's his best option and that he's going to lose like this. So again, I think this week he's going to escalate again. Then what's Iran's response to that going to be? So essentially, the best case scenario is that Donald Trump's presidency is ruined. That's how I view it.
Hard to disagree. And guys, a really quick reminder, of course, we are live every Monday, Wednesday, Friday, 8 p.m. Eastern. But we've got special guest Jesse on Fire coming 1 p.m. Eastern tomorrow to tell us why Charlie Kirk might still be alive, or would I don't know if that's actually what he thinks, but seems like it. Let's see. I need you guys to come in full force. If you're not working, if you're not, taking care of a baby, I need you to be here 1 p.m. Eastern.
I'm curious what your thoughts are.
Yeah, I totally agree. And I do think that we're sort of trapped. That's really always been the whole conceit, is that Israel, we talk about it. People think we're using these terms loosely. I use them very precisely. They're dragging us into the war. And that means it's this step-by-step process where each individual step, it becomes more unlikely that we're able to extricate ourselves from it. That's sort of the whole point. Is like, it's sort of slowly and then all at once, you're in this conflict. Nobody from the very beginning would say, we're going to go into a ground war and fight.
And it's working.
90 million people in this huge country. But it starts with the industrial sabotage, the cyber attacks, nuclear assassinations. We're going to shoot down their missiles, engage the proxies. And this is how it's gone step by step over 2 years until now. The 12-day war became this 60, 75-day war, whatever we're in.
Weeks, not months, guys. Weeks, not months.
And I think that the way it's shaking out, if you want to get into the details, is there's two sticking points still. And that is the first one, which has been the one from the very beginning, which is enrichment. And the United States says you cannot have enrichment, not at a low level. There can never be a sunset clause. There needs to be a permanent moratorium and no enrichment at all. And why just...
That might very well be exactly what he tells us. I specifically, because I knew that I wanted to have him on, that, you know, for the last, 6-8 months, whatever, since it's happened, he's been covering it a lot. And I haven't watched any of his videos, maybe a couple here and there, but I haven't watched any because I specifically wanted to, get the fresh conversation from Zero. And then hopefully if he has a good enough thing, then you guys will want to go over and check out his whole series on all of it. He did. We were on the phone today, and I wanted to do here. I'll just do Where is Canva? Oh, I think I changed it. Okay, so then I'll just do this. I DM'd him this, and it changed it. So before it said he's alive, I think. It said he's alive. Oh yeah, and then the title, Charlie Clerk's still alive. And he's like, we can't have that be the title. And he called me. He's like, yeah, that might get us in some trouble. I'm like, all right, well, we'll just talk about how Candace was right. Lil Toe said, no one, not a single person knows when. Yeah. Agreed, but I see that it's very likely that somebody that we're not really thinking about, and maybe somebody whose name we or I don't even know at this point, comes forth. Let's not forget, it's only the midterms coming up at the end of this year. So a lot is going to happen before 27 when things are really starting to pick up. I mean, at this point in 20, what that would have been 2014 or 2013, whatever, you know what I mean. Before leading up to 2016, nobody expected Donald Trump. Yeah, no. So we will see. We will see. Yep. He is not someone to ignore. All right. Yes. Everybody register to vote. There you guys go. And don't forget about Morty here. He's not feeling so great, and some treats would definitely make him feel better.
Clause. There needs to be a permanent moratorium and no enrichment at all. And why does Trump in particular have to insist upon this? Because he tore up the JCPOA. And what was the problem with the JCPOA? It sunsetted. It allowed them to enrich at low levels. And then after 10 years, it went away. So if Trump were to get anything...
This is exactly why I was saying from election night, I was like, I don't even want to hear any third term talk. The fact that Trump will be out of politics is a good thing for all of us. Trump has so much negative baggage that getting just basic stuff, like determining that there are in fact only two genders, gets hate because it's Trump. We need to get Trump as far away from politics as we can once he's done. Again, comes back to the fucking, oh yeah, right. That was wild. I laughed. I pointed and laughed at the TV. I was a never Trumper at that point, and I was with it. I laughed in her face. Joke's on me. And she was also one of the first people, I don't know, the first people. She was among the first big names to kind of jump off the Trump chain as well. What was I going to... I was just going to say something, and then I forgot. Does it matter? All right, be the puppy!
To enrich at low levels, and then after 10 years, it went away. So if Trump were to get anything less than zero enrichment, then he looks like an idiot. Yeah. He looks like he got a worse deal or a deal just as good after we decimated them. So you go, it's been 10 years of math.
Okay. It's not funny, but it's an ironic situation. So that made me laugh. R.I.P. to Dad. But that did make me laugh.
Dilly dilly. Dilly dilly. Dilly dilly. Dilly dilly. Dilly dilly.
The last fucking thing you hear, Donald Trump, God damn it. That's right. I mean, that's a little funny.
Or a deal just as good after we decimated them. So you go, it's been 10 years of maximum pressure, and we came crawling back to beg for the same deal back. It's a non-starter. So conversely, Iran says our right to enrich is as sacred as the sovereignty over our soil. They equate enrichment with sovereignty for obvious reasons, because it's their only deterrent against Israel and Washington engaging in this regime change, which is existential for the regime. So there's no wiggle room for either side. There's no coming down from those. And then the second one since the war is the Strait. And the United States cannot accept that Iran gains the Strait. Again, after we hit them with everything, now they have this strategic choke point. They have 5 times more oil under their control than before the war. And then Iran, likewise, they can't give up the Strait. Why would they? They can close it. We can't take it back. And that is their deterrent against a future conflict, because that is how they impose a cost, not only on us, but the whole world, if we were to try to. And the two issues are related, because if we don't get the centrifuges in this go around, Iran knows we're coming back for round 3 to mow the grass, trim the grass. We're going to come back in, bomb the stockpile, the centrifuges, whatever. How do they prevent another U.S.-Israel crack at it?
Nukes. And so arguably, we don't know because we don't have a counterfactual, but arguably, Trump helped Iran get a nuke. Dream of Californication.
We got to have this.
I used to listen to that song over and over playing Super Smash Brothers on N64.
How do they prevent another U.S.-Israel crack at it? We got to have the Strait under our control so that everybody knows we go back in, it's $7 gas. It's a global meltdown. The UAE, Bahrain, Saudi, they're done. They're finished after that. So those two issues are going to be the impasse. I don't see budging on either of them. They're just irreconcilable, intractable differences. And so I think you're totally right. At least in the short term, there's going to be a return to fighting. And then on a longer timeline, look.
Well, Costco said, you really think that gender insanity is due to Trump and they will back off when he is gone? I think the opposite is true. Trump is a reaction to gender insanity, and they will double down when he's gone. So the first part is a 2-part question. So I do think that the gender insanity is due to a pushback against Trump, but I don't think that they're going to back off when he's gone, because they've already set the precedent that, oh, Trump likes this, so it's bad. So I don't think they will back off. But I think that there wouldn't have been such a strong pushback, such a strong reaction without us going after it in the way that, in the Trumpian manner. It's so emotional for these people. It's so emotional for these people that they don't even, again, no principles, just positions. It's just whatever you can do to be against Trump. And so, it's been going downhill anyway, and he definitely is their bogeyman. And again, with my analogy of him being the HK 416, and in 2015 he was a loaded no, I'm going to say P90 because I don't remember if that was right, but he was a loaded P90 in 2015, and now he's out of bullets. So, still a really cool gun, but if you don't got any ammo, then we got to swap you out. We need to reload. You know what I'm saying?
Term, there's going to be a return to fighting. And then on a longer timeline, look, the thing that people never keep in mind, unlike the U.S. and North Korea, or the U.S. and Venezuela or Cuba, they don't have a country like Israel sabotaging diplomacy and provoking through deception and lobbying for escalation. So even if you get someone like Trump that says, all right, we're just going to call it, I'm going to take the hit. Well, is there someone you forgot to ask? We need permission, actually.
Yep. And so notice how we're over 40 minutes into their conversation. We're over 40 minutes into their conversation. And the headline of having Nick Fuentes on your show, whoever show right now, is that Nick Fuentes says vote Democrat. Notice how Dave hasn't brought that up. I mean, it's a 3-hour podcast, so there's a lot there. But different from how Crowder handled this, I think we're learning that you need to kind of massage the message. You know what I mean? You gotta warm it up before he's willing to speak in a way that's not defensive because of how much shit he gets. And you can say it's justified or not that he gets all that shit. But it's definitely going to lead to being more defensive more easily. And so when you hear him in this context where he's not being attacked, then you can take all of this stuff. And then when we get to the part of the conversation where he's talking about voting for the Democrats, we have a lot more information. And then we could say explicitly why it's a stupid idea.
And they're always going to sabotage it. So I think you're right. I don't know that it's a certainty, but yeah, there's very few options where this works out for us.
Yeah, I agree with all of that. And I think I agree. It's not a certainty. And kind of the thing that makes it not a certainty is that Donald Trump himself is such a wild card. And like you could see him just spinning it as how great it was, but I don't think anyone will believe him. But I think you're right about that. Particularly like the political incentives for Donald Trump are so bad. And then the survival incentives for Iran. And you could really watch from the 12-day war to this war, how much that you flipped the incentive structure. And it's like in the sense that if someone comes to my house with a gun and they pull a gun on me and they go, they're like, give me, and I'm like, okay, hey, just calm down. What do you want? I'll give you my money, blah, blah. And then they go, no, I'm here for your kids. He goes, well, that just flipped the incentive, right? Like the first time my incentive was, let me give you my money so that nobody gets hurt. But like, if you're here for my kids, then I have to make a move. And yeah, I might get shot in the process, but it doesn't matter. And it's like, it's kind of been that. Like in a way, we're there for their kids now. There's a parallel to us killing so many of their kids. But I agree with you. I think that
that's a funny take. Fair enough. Fair enough. But the other, and the other thing is the other side of that is kind of what I'm talking about here with the comparisons on how people talk. Whereas Piers Morgan, oh, you're a fucking virgin, you fucking loser, and then the different way to deal with it and get a better discussion out of him.
There's a real question right now, and I worry about it because I've seen the hubris of leadership in DC is really it's unbelievable, and it's unbelievable how many of these people, because they have so much power, convince themselves.
Really, guys? Where are we? Really, guys? 6 years in the making.
Come on, man.
BIDEN. The Uniparty was Biden time. That's the joke. It's not a pun if you just say the word.
That they're such geniuses. And
this would have been a good dilly-dilly.
But even the damage that this war has done so far, we don't really know. Like the Strait of Hormuz, I know you read the news just like I do. Since the blockade, it's only slowed down the number of ships going through, like total number of ships. We've now been like 2 months of where 20% of the world's oil and a huge percent of the world's fertilizer have been completely shut down. We probably won't exactly find out how much that impacts the global economy for another month or two, but it already might be really bad.
Yep. And so I want you guys to notice another thing. I know not everybody here is the same crew that was here last night when we were talking about this exact type of thing. But notice how it's not as contentious. Notice how there's a lot of, okay, I don't necessarily agree, but I see where he's coming from. As opposed to reacting to Benny Johnson, where he's just going full bore, licking the boot. It matters. It matters where you get your information.
But then the fact that, like, as you mentioned, gas prices here are already up. And it must be something for someone like you who was a hardcore Trump supporter in 2016, and not just a hardcore Trump supporter, but you were it was like your coming of age kind of like right. I was 18 when 9/11 happened. You were, I think, 18 in 2016. So
how old were you guys on 9/11? I don't know. How old were you in sixth grade? I was in sixth grade. Miss Schmidt's sixth period. My school did not tell us shit. I know some of you, from when it was going on, they just wheeled the TV in and you guys were watching the news all day. We're in Jersey. We had a lot of people who, all day were getting called out of school. And everybody's like, what the fuck is going on? And of course, this is before smartphones. So it's not like you could look up the news. We were, our main thing was learning to text T9 without, under the desk without looking. That was about as much as what was going on. And so, if your teachers told you, then you knew, but they just didn't address it until sixth period. And then they didn't show us anything. They just told us, that 2 planes flew into the World Trade Center. I was like, what the fuck is the World Trade Center? And that was it. At that time, nobody was usually home when I would get home. Obviously, my dad was working, but my mom was also doing some bullshit job. And so I would go to a friend's house who lived in the neighborhood, and his mom would be making cookies and all that shit. And so I remember going into their house. I remember his name was Kevin. Me and Kevin go into his house. And his mom comes to us and is trying to gauge the situation and what exactly. No, I would imagine that the school sent out some type of email or something, but that they hadn't shown us everything. So she was trying to gauge the situation. And I remember saying I had recently become familiar with the phrase death wish, and so I was like, I wonder if that guy had a death wish. Oh boy, was I right. Hey, all right. My school was a blue ribbon school, even though we did have gang members and shit, but I was pretty good. It was a pretty good school. No hate to my high school. No hate to my high school. All right, how old are you guys? 18. It was 5. God damn. Ooh, wow, yeah. This is what school is like? Jesus Christ. I don't know if I can do this for the next 12 years. That's crazy. That's legitimately, how is it that I'm just processing how you could be. I'm not picking on you. I'm just in general talking about if you were alive, but you're too young to remember 9/11. 5 years old, you're not really understanding. Even I was what is it, 12 or 13 right around. Even 12 or 13, I didn't grasp the idea of terrorists and war and all that stuff. But we lived through it. Not having any type of experience with that, it makes it difficult for me to understand how you could have an understanding of what is currently going on. Weird. And obviously it's that way for everything. In the same way that slightly older people, how do you know what the fuck is going on? You didn't live through Vietnam or the Korean War or World War II. But I'm just, sometimes they just fucking sit with it. And you're like, God damn. Oh, second plane live? Jesus. And yeah, my dad did work in Manhattan at the time, but he also worked in Brooklyn, and luckily he was in Brooklyn that day. But could have been bad. It could have been very, 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 very bad. 11 is why when YouTube came out, I was obsessed with it. Yeah, I wasn't one of those people until a little bit later, but I knew a lot of people that was where the conspiracy theory rabbit hole type people who were not the crazy tinfoil hat people. There was that middle ground, and crazy. Who did I just see? We got Colonel Quayle in the building. Welcome to the party. Tough choices. JD Vance is winning right now, but I think you guys are hoping and wishing. Did you vote, Colonel Quayle?
Of age kind of right. I was 18 when 9/11 happened. You were, I think, 18 in 2016. So right around that's Jesus. The big thing that's going on as you're becoming a man.
Right. And just even outside of the cultural aspects of the pre-9/11 world, where we were more trusting. You go to the airport and you just kind of fucking walk through all that kind of stuff. Even outside of that, not being able to know a world pre-Trump must be a huge barrier in having a good understanding because of how different Trump is. And remember last time when we were covering the Crowder Fuentes conversation, it seems like Trump is the default. That's the basis. That's what a president is. And so we need to get an outsider. It's like, hold on, brother. We already did that. He is the outsider.
And to watch some of the quotes that he's had where they ask him about the pressure it's putting on the American economy, and Trump just straight up goes like, I wasn't thinking about that. I'm thinking about this war. I'm thinking they can't have nuclear weapons. I don't care about. And you're like, dude, man, if that wasn't an ad for the Democrats, I don't know. I mean, you guys could just run that and win the House easy on this. It's pretty wild to say.
Yeah, seriously. And, in fairness, I think, it's a horrible, stinking quote. You do have to consider it, though, from his perspective, that obviously it's a game of chicken. And it's a question of who's going to blink first. And Iran is betting on the fact that they have more leverage over us, more pressure, because,
well, we also have a lot more to lose, in the sense that they at least have an underpinning of, well, if Trump blows us all up, then we're with Muhammad. Allah. Even you Christians don't want to meet your maker just yet.
It's a midterm election year. Gas prices, inflation is going to hurt Republicans. Excuse me. And so I think Trump almost has to telegraph, like, I'm irrational. I don't care. I'm erratic.
Yeah.
You don't have. So I can be sympathetic to that angle, but obviously it's not good politics to say, they ask him, they say, did you think about the financial prosperity of Americans? No, I didn't think about their financial security at all.
That was bad. That was bad. Put one in the chat if you did not see that clip from Trump saying he don't give a fuck about our finances.
Financial prosperity of Americans. No, I didn't think about their financial security at all. I only care about whether Iran's nuclear. So it's a terrible thing. But with that being said, as far as the damage is concerned, people don't realize it's over after this. I really believe that I saw on the news today, they said it could be, in the New York Times, in the hundreds of billions of dollars, maybe even the trillions of dollars. And the reason being, especially in America, I talked about this on my show, the only thing that is driving economic growth right now is the AI boom. Mm-hmm. It is the purchasing of chips. It is the construction of these data centers. That is most of it. Like, we're not even doing so much commercial real estate, the conventional stuff. It's all the data centers. And since this war started, I think the number was 50% of all planes.
Yeah, same. And I started out as a never Trumper, and then he completely flipped me around, and I was happy to vote for him in 24, and then immediately dropped the fucking ball. And so, I didn't vote in 2020 because of the fact that I was so confident in voting for Democrats in 2016. I was a Bernie bro, and many of you know this. I was a Bernie bro, and then, they fucked him over. And because I was just watching mainstream media, they made me believe if Donald Trump wins that election, the world is over. And so I very begrudgingly voted for Hillary, but I felt like I was doing the right thing. I had a video that I couldn't find it last time I looked, but it's up there somewhere. A video. Oh, actually, you know what? I think that's on my Facebook. Either way, video of after I voted. I'm sitting in the car. And I'm just like, I did it, guys. And I'm feeling proud of myself for getting involved in the in the whole situation and doing what I think. It was somewhere. I don't remember where it was. Because a few weeks ago, I tried to search it, but I don't remember. But I was so confident with that. I was so confident that I did a good thing. And luckily, it didn't matter. I'm in Jersey. It's a blue state anyway. Luckily, it didn't matter. But that doesn't mean that it was any less striking for me to be like, oh, shit. Okay, I need to heavily reevaluate how much trust I put in what I see and the people that I'm appealing to. So that's, I started getting red pilled. I'm like, oh, wait a minute. They're fucking lying. And so to go all the way, from all the way to one side of the spectrum to all the way on the other side of the spectrum. And it's not really that, I was a leftist. It wasn't like I was reading Marx and getting that far into it, and now I just flipped. I was just a default liberal because I didn't know anything. And so finally, 2024, I'm like, all right, I'm confident in this choice. And I don't regret it in any way, shape, or form. But I don't see anybody that is going to make me feel confident enough to vote for them. I hope that changes. But I don't know. I don't know. Guys, don't forget about Morty here. I know he's being quiet and good, but he is very hungry.
And since this war started, I think the number was 50% of all planned and in progress data centers have been paused. And that is all the real estate boom in the country. That's all the construction. That's all the development. And the reason being is because all the AI runs on electricity. That's what makes it economical, is that you have cheap and plentiful energy. And so if you have a huge energy shock, which we haven't even fully felt the effects of, that's something that lags behind because, the oil goes out.
Have you guys seen the videos of the graduation speeches? There's a bunch of different graduation speeches where the speaker is talking about AI, and the fucking entire student body just starts just booing the fuck out of them. You guys seen that?
Felt the effects of. That's something that lags behind because, the oil goes out of the strait and then it takes time. I think
he ain't no grifter. He do what he do. He gets love for being the overlord, or he doesn't. That's the way it goes.
The last shipment of Persian Gulf oil arrived in Europe and Asia 4 weeks ago. So there's this month-long delay. Then there's rationing. Then let's say the Strait of Hormuz opens. How many ships go through? There's a lot of ships stuck in the Persian Gulf, and they're not all going to go out at once. It's going to take time even for those to get out, and then, for all the supply chains to recalibrate. So it hasn't even hit yet. And then once it does, like you said, there's going to be this ripple effect. It's not just the oil, it's the fertilizer, and then the energy.
All right, guys, I'm going to give it 5 minutes, and then the ads are going on.
And oil also affects groceries because it all goes on a truck. It all goes on,
Shout out to our boy again. Everybody better be hitting the like on that super chat. Thank you. So very, very much a big 5 for the Overlord. No question, no comment, just pure love of the game with the salute. Thank you. So very, very much. And of course, out sponsoring your goddamn self. Thank you. So very, very much. And we got books again. The big 5. Very much appreciated. See, I told you, he's loving it. There's a little piece there. There you go. I mean, we're doing pretty well. Thank you. Box says grads use AI to graduate, but when they want a job, they boo. I feel some hypocrisy. Fair, but also this is similar to. This is the same type of argument as why isn't the goal doing the thing? Whatever. I don't know why it's not counting them. Did I accidentally put it on too high? Whatever. So this is kind of similar to, like, let's say you're an American communist, and you're like, you're genuinely wanting to push towards communism, but you still use, a cell phone that's based on slave labor or whatever the fuck it is. Then, like, I don't accept that is contradictory because of how ubiquitous. You can't really maneuver the world, especially if you're online doing stuff without those technologies. So I see what you're saying, but I don't know. I think we could be a little bit more fair, because if you're tasked with going through school and doing these assignments, and that tool is available to you, like, you not using it isn't going to help AI not go forth. Like, people are going to use it. And so then it's just, okay, are you going to be behind or on principle, or are you going to use the have your principles and kind of use the play the game, so to speak, with the tools that you got. Oh, shout out to the donations. Thank you. So very, very much. All right, let me fix the banner.
Like you said, there's going to be this ripple effect. It's not just the oil, it's the fertilizer. And then the energy and oil also affects groceries because it all goes on a truck. It all goes on, transportation. So there's going to then be a following economic correction, or a trailing economic correction that follows the energy shock. And then that's just game over. And to me,
Shout out again. Yes, we are at 73 out of 250 points for the weekly goal. 4 out of 15 and 17 out of 75 for the night. Remember, every dollar is 1 point. When we get to the after party, every dollar is 2 points. And if we get that movie night, then during the movie night, you can 3x. So a dollar equals 3 points. So the more movie nights we get, the easier it is for you guys to get movie nights. Yeah, I mean, thank you, gentlemen.
I'm a correction that follows the energy shock, and then that's just game over. And to me, it's less so that he said the financial security, whatever, because it's like, you kind of understand why he says that. To me, it's the...
Not single-handedly. I agree that there is I'll call it, I don't think it's hypocrisy. I will call it a strong situational irony. Because I agree with you that like they used it and now they're doing it. I hear you on that. But hypocritical is a strong word for that.
He said at the exact same time that this was all playing out in February. In January and February, they were telling the hardcore Republican base, we're done with mass deportations. Yep. We're not saying it anymore. We're not doing it.
Right, but that's my point. That's exactly my point. If you're a student, deciding not to use the AI isn't going to help because everybody else is using it. All it's going to do is put you behind because everybody's using it. If you're, this is again, if you're one of these climate change people, and it's like, oh, well, you live in a house that has AC. It's like, okay, I mean, what are we talking about? Now, if you want to talk about to a much stronger degree, like a Hassan Piker, who's all about socialism and is living luxuriously, that is hypocrisy. I don't know. Well, let's put it to a poll. What do you guys think?
We're done with mass deportations. Yep. We're not saying it anymore. We're not doing it. The surge in Minneapolis is over. They said we're only now going after criminal illegal aliens. And moreover, they got a new DHS secretary. They got Kristi Noem out, and they said the new policy is we're not doing patrols. We're not going to go in people's houses. We're not doing these big operations in the cities. We surge, 5,000 CBP and ICE. And they said the reason is too unpopular.
Don't forget about ERO and DHS and HSI and all those things, right?
5,000 CBP and ICE. And they said the reason is too unpopular for the midterms. Way too unpopular. We're going to kill with Latinos. It's like, okay, so then you started the most unpopular war in modern history, which causes inflation and high gas prices. Isn't that what got Biden and Kamala to lose 2 years ago? So you say, I see what you're doing for them.
Yeah.
Why can't you do that for us? SAVE Act can't do it. Mass deportations can't do it. All these things that the voters are told politically impossible. You got to be practical. Think about the political realities of the Democrats. Oh, war with Iran? We need a $1.5 trillion military budget.
Guys, we got 13 people in here and only 8 likes. You guys are usually on top of those likes. Please do hit that like button. It helps so very, very much. And of course, if you are new here, please do subscribe. We are live every Monday, Wednesday, Friday, 8 p.m. Eastern, and sometimes whenever I feel like it, like tomorrow, 1 p.m. Eastern, when we got Jesse on Fire coming through to try to convince us that Charlie Kirk is still alive.
Budget, and we're going to kill the Supreme Leader, and we're going to get $6 gas. It doesn't even matter. And that's when you realize it is still the uni party. That's kind of the conceit, is like MAGA's dead. Whatever Trump was doing in 2016 is over. That like outsider challenge, it's not the same. He's part of the establishment. So to me, that's like the big picture when you really realize how it all works.
Yeah, I mean, look, it's an undeniably.
I agree with Madya. Where we stand with 7 votes. I think I'm not going the other way. Yeah, but most of you saying no. Like it is conflicting. But I think being hypocritical implies that you have the equal opportunity to prevent the thing you're trying to prevent. And so, like, you can say, oh, I hate the government, but you still vote. I don't think that's hypocritical. Right? I don't want a government. Well, I don't want a government, but I don't want a government that like our government, but I still vote. I still talk about it. I still try to put my ideas out there to affect that system.
Great point. That you're like, look, mass deportations would have been very messy, very unpopular, and in fact, some people might die, some people might get hurt. It's like, yeah, all of that is true about the war in Iran times 10, and it wasn't even your promise. Right. It was you promised the opposite. Yeah. So how about keep a promise that's unpopular instead of, but personally, I actually think there's a way that like deportations could have been done that would have remained popular. Because in fact,
agreed. I got so as you guys know, my laptop that I started I started the channel on is on its last legs. And because parts are so expensive that it made sense to just get a new one. But the new one's kind of shittier. It's a gaming laptop, but it's still shittier than my 8-year-old laptop. That's just a regular consumer Dell laptop. And so eventually the Dell that I use is going to die. You can use a Chrome stick. I was using a Chromebook. And or like a Roku or something like that. But it's honestly just best to just have a laptop specifically for your TV. Chromebooks are like so the Chrome stick is going to be cheap as hell, but it'll work. But you don't to maneuver like the UI and all that stuff is going to be very different. It's just so easy to have a dedicated computer, because then you can add plugins. I don't remember the last time. Well, allegedly, I don't remember the last time that I saw an ad or a sponsor read on YouTube from my TV. Just doesn't happen.
When Donald Trump came in 2024, for the first time in my life, super majorities of the American people supported mass deportations. Now, I remember talking about this on the show a lot, and I was like, look, that is true, but it's also a number on a poll, and if they get messy, that number will go down, and so you got to kind of like, you got to factor all of that into it. But
yep, that's why I got a wireless mouse and a keyboard. So I leave my keyboard on the other side of the bed, and the mouse is right where I reach, which is right next to my ashtray. That's if I get a girl, we're probably gonna have to change that around. But for now, we good. And so yeah, everything I can do from a full desktop computer here, I can do from my bed on my TV. It's awesome. It's awesome. Pay for YouTube, even if it's in a video, I can skip it. Well, you can skip it, but you still have to skip it. And so there's zero lag on my shit. Zero lag. The only lag comes from the fact that there's so much smoke around my keyboard that the keys get stuck. There's ABBA from ABBA Preach just had some video about some bullshit with his girl that he was fucking with or whatever. I'm just like, yo. All right. I mean, you could say that, but you're dealing with the fucking remote and pressing in search by by up, down, now A, where I'm just done. Peak.
So, you got to factor all of that into it. But I mean, I guess that's part of the reason why I'm so upset about this too, and why it gets frustrating when people are arguing, but you can't support the Democrats because they're so awful. And
so there we go. We are 48 minutes. Okay, they started. There was the so we have less than a minute. Yeah, so 48 minutes. 48 minutes before Dave even brings up the Democrat plot. And so don't you think that Nick is going to be a lot more willing to discuss the details than he was compared to Crowder? I think mine's 90. I was saying, I mean, obviously can't see it, but like it reaches over the entire desk. Can you see my arm? So I have one hand on this corner of the desk, and this hand is on this corner of the desk. So going straight back, the monitor goes. Let's do this. Share entire screen. Make sure there's nothing there to dox myself. All right. And so this is what it looks like. So you got my and then the main video is on another monitor. So I'm monitoring the YouTube stuff here. I've got your guys' chat here. Then this is the StreamYard window. These are the chats that I can pull up. Then I got Rumble chat, Twitch chat, and Discord. Pretty cool. And then just a separate monitor. We got this that stuff. So this is like a 32-inch, just regular monitor, but yeah. No pull-up bar, no monitor. Poverty, but good mic, not poverty shaped. Fair enough. Before we dive back in Costco Law School, so I think the Crowder interview is just being honest. Crowder knows voting Democrat is red meat of the interview and just puts it up front. Fair enough. Totally fair. And I think I was definitely on Crowder's side with that. That's the next thing. Because I do have just a blank wall that I could use. I just need to figure out what is like a good one that will work during the day, even though it's dark as fuck. But going back to the Crowder and Fuentes thing, I was very much on Crowder's side. But I don't know if we got a good understanding of what Nick was actually saying. I still think the vote for the Dems in the midterms to make sure that it's better for 20. I still think that's a bad idea. But it seems like we're going to get a little bit of a better understanding of what he's actually saying. Are they that cheap, really? Are they that cheap? That might have to be the only tiny minor thing is that the TV that I have now, or no, the mount for what was it? I don't know. I used to have a TV that was mounted, and either it stopped working or it fell. Oh, I don't remember what happened to it. Oh no, yeah, it was this TV, right? Yeah. So that's the TV that I have over here that was blocking Morty from going upstairs. That was mounted, and then it just crapped out. So then I had to move shit and put it the new one on my dresser. So then I could move the dresser back over to the side, and then just have a giant ass space on the wall for a projector. All right, dive back in. Yeah.
I mean, I guess that's part of the reason why I'm so upset about this too. And why it gets frustrating when people are arguing, but you can't support the Democrats because they're so awful. And you're like, yeah, I know. That's the whole point, man. The whole point is that you had this opportunity in 2024, like a huge opportunity in 2016, but then in 2024, in some ways, a much bigger opportunity because, well, frankly, of Joe Biden. And the Joe Biden years really pushed the country to the right on social issues, on immigration issues. I mean, people kind of forget this. I think we talked about this last time you were here. But like in my entire life, I'm 43. The only time the culture's ever moved to the right was under Joe Biden. Yeah. It has never happened, including under Trump's. Under Trump's first term, the culture moved far to the left from where it had been. We became the Pussy Hat March and, safe space country and all this shit. And it wasn't until Joe Biden that actually, as a reaction against him. But so then Donald Trump comes in, wins all the swing states, wins the popular vote for the first time. The Democrats have like a 22% approval rating. They're just defeated. This was a time when you could have done some awesome shit for the country and really ridden.
And he did do some awesome shit for the country, but not nearly as much as he promised. Like a politician. And so it's not crazy that someone as young as Nick would be like, okay, we need an outsider. Because this guy is just part of the swamp. It wasn't always that way.
That wave. And look, as you said, this is not, it's like the things Donald Trump has out loud said things that should only be said on your show. You know what I'm saying? Like Donald Trump goes, the Adelsons give me hundreds of millions of dollars and they love Israel more than they love America. And they come in every day and want me to do things for Israel. And I always do it. Like, I thought that's supposed to be an anti-Semitic conspiracy theory here. Dude, like where, and to your point, it's honestly like just demonstrably true that at every level, they're very good. Like the lobby is very good at getting, because if you remember, you made the point about no nuclear enrichment at all. But Donald Trump, in the negotiations before the 12-day war, when he attacked him in the middle of negotiate, or Israel attacked him in the middle of negotiations, who knows exactly what happened there. He had made a couple comments about how, like, no, I'm not demanding no enrichment whatsoever. And then all of the, like, Mark Levin, they're very good at this. They get on him and they go, well, Mr. President, if you're really tough, and you are so tough, then you'll demand no enrichment. And that
he does have that ego. He does have that very childlike ego.
You could see where Trump's like susceptible to that and go, yeah, that is more badass, you know, that is,
Yeah.
But that's the poison pill, man. It's like that little one thing just got 2 wars out of it, because even though it seems like a subtle distinction, it's like, no, that's the biggest distinction in the world, because you're telling them they can't have a legal civilian nuclear program. And then, of course, as you mentioned, that's their deterrent that they're relying on. So yeah, I completely agree with you with that. Now,
I would love to know, like, given, like, maybe Dave doesn't even accept the idea that there was some type of a threat with Iran. And so maybe he would just say, we shouldn't have done anything at all. There was no threat, ever, just let everything go the way that it was. Okay, that might be an opinion. If that's not his opinion, and he acknowledges that there was some type of threat, and at least if addressing it wasn't necessary, that it was at least arguable, I would want to know, okay, well, what would you have wanted to do instead? What would have been, because again, I don't know, but I never heard of the fucking Strait of Hormuz before this shit. And so I don't know enough about what bargaining chips are on the table. But Dave definitely does. But in all this time, I listened to almost every single one of his episodes. And it's never been an alternative. It's just, this is bad. This is bad. War is bad. This is bad. Like, yeah, well, I know.
As far as your point about, well, this is part of negotiating in a war, I get your point. I get where he does have to seem like a madman. I guess the problem is not so much just that he said it. The problem is that he actually did it.
Mm-hmm.
Like, the problem is that he actually did sacrifice the economic well-being of Americans for Israel. And not, look, I mean, as you know, the WMD thing.
But this is exactly what I mean. This is exactly what I mean. Everything that is not war is not war. Everything that's not war is not war. So that doesn't give me any information. What is it? Again, was there a threat in your eyes? And what should we have done to solve that? Not war is not an answer. That's saying what we should not do. I'm asking what we should do.
Is as much bullshit with Iran as it was with Iraq. This was never over their nuclear threat, and they wanted to overthrow them before they even had a nuclear program. This is always just the thing that they know will sell with the American people. They've done focus group testing on this. I think it was Frank Luntz. It was like back in the 90s when they were focus group testing on Scott Horton taught me about this. He had a great note on this.
Well, that's why, backing out is still on the table, right?
So they were doing these focus groups about the war in Iraq, and they were like, hey, how do you feel about us fighting this war to liberate the people of Kuwait? And the Americans are like, what? And then they go, what about a nuclear threat? And everyone's like, all right, well, that is something we'd have to go take care of. This is why we all know what this is about, and it's not even about Iran. It's about Lebanon. And it's about Iran supporting Hezbollah, and Israel wants to take southern Lebanon. Very coincidentally.
So if that, and again, that's a genuine question, because I don't know. And so I definitely am in the camp of, if we don't need to do war stuff, let's not do war stuff. But there's a very good system of propagating the rhetoric that makes it seem like, well, what were we supposed to do? They were going to blow us up. Because if that was the case, then okay, that does seem like something that I would be willing to go to war for. But all I have is first is the mainstream media, and now we're seeing the Benny Johnsons of the world just doing exactly the same thing. And so I listen to Dave Smith, and all the neocon-esque people are like, oh, fuck Dave Smith, he's a fucking pussy. I mean, it is not wanting to kill people pussy? I guess I'm a fucking pussy then. Okay, I'm willing to, but you haven't given me an answer. Actually, no, you said there's no threat. Okay, fair enough. Fair enough. Listen, they were not going to blow us up. That is a contention, which I agree with. So we could. I don't know what this is.
Iran supporting Hezbollah, and Israel wants to take southern Lebanon. Very coincidentally, they've been taking southern Lebanon during this war, you know?
Right.
And it's like, look, however you feel about that, which I'm against it, but however you feel about that,
Really?
like you said, it is it's treasonous in spirit to say, in order to help them achieve this goal, we're going to sacrifice our people. And what could be more the antithesis of the fundamental Trump promise, which was that we don't want to do that. We don't want to sacrifice America on behalf of the world or some global ambition.
And so, like, maybe not yet, because I think a lot of the war hawk-minded people are still holding on to this idea, like, oh, well, it's just a short little thing. Like, okay, they said weeks, not months, but it's going to be weeks. It's going to be, like 3 months, not like years. And there's still a possibility that is correct. And so everybody can come out and be like, see, I was right. But that can't be. Everybody can't be right if we're disagreeing. You're asking what we do now. I was asking what should we have done, with the implication that there was a threat. So is there a threat? And if so, what should we have done? And so if there's no threat, then there's nothing that needs to be done. If there was a threat, then that's where I need an answer of, Trump did this, but we should have done that. And I don't know. They can't keep getting away with it! I think that was pretty good.
Because that doesn't really matter to us.
Right. Well, and,
they can't keep getting away with it!
I think the original appeal.
You thought I forgot the second line, huh?
Because that doesn't really matter to us.
Right. Well, and, I think the original appeal of Trump is this idea that he was going to do the things that were unpopular, but that were necessary for the country. Yeah. And he would always say that. Even 40 years ago, there was a famous interview, I think it was in the 70s, where he said, I don't know that I would ever run for president because, the things that you need to do would be unpopular. And you can't.
I wonder if that's short enough that we could get away with it.
And always be the popular guy and so on and so forth. And it's like, getting back to the generational coalition in 2024 that won this election, I remember the exuberance.
You can't keep getting away with it!
He can't keep getting away with it!
He can't keep getting away with it!
Oh! Greatest story to ever grace television. Greatest story to ever grace television. God damn it. Yes, Breaking Bad, Better Call Saul, and El Camino are all one story. They are all one story. I'm back in.
The generational coalition in 2024 that won this election. I remember the exuberance when we won in 24, when Trump won in 24. They were calling it a golden age. It was RFK Jr., Elon Musk. You had
could have been, should have been, isn't.
All this political capital to fix a lot of things that would have been unpopular to do, like Doge, cutting the deficit and cutting the debt, mass deportations, building the wall, all those things they promised to do, and they squandered that political capital, the $7 gas, the inflation, unpopular, on the war. And you think about, what if in an alternate timeline, they took the $200 billion from the big, beautiful bill for DHS, and they actually did mass deportations and followed through.
I agree. This is something that, and I'm guilty as well, that not talking about, we're just now in this world where Congress doesn't really fucking matter for war anymore. But I agree that should be a much bigger part of the conversation. Yep. Not good. Look at that screenshot.
Trump's approval rating would go down. People would die. It would get ugly. But the right wing would rally behind him. They would say, because we're fighting for America. They would say, this is existential. Getting these illegal aliens out, it is on some level about taking control back from the Democrats. It is about taking control back from foreigners, putting Americans first.
And I mean, we saw that. We saw that as much as in the microcosm of Minneapolis, that people were like, yeah, Alex Brady, Renee Good, they died. That doesn't change what we want to do here. Get rid of the people who don't belong here. Not because they're mean, but because they don't belong here.
You'd say, we feel good about this. We feel good about the conflict.
My fifis.
It's ugly. There's going to be a cost. There would have been inflation. The Wall Street Journal was always warning about that, saying you deport all these illegal aliens, labor cost goes up, demand goes down, you're going to get some inflation. But people would have been on board because of what it is. Same thing with the indictments, like you mentioned earlier about Obama with Tulsi Gabbard in June last year, or the Clintons for that matter, or any of them. People really would have been there for it, but they squandered all those things in pursuit of another country's priorities and foreign policy or even domestic policy. And there's one thing that stood out to me when this conversation was happening. When we launched this war in Iran, all the Trump supporters—
Which time? The first time or this time?
Had to defend it, this cadre of influencers. And I remember there was one line they kept using. They kept saying, I can't believe we squandered this generational coalition. The generational coalition was supposed to be about immigration and all this other stuff. And you almost want to grab these people by the head, by their ears, and shake them and say, they don't care about those issues. Yeah. They're not squandering it. They're spending it. This is what it was for.
Well, yeah, and Costco talking about Fuentes bitching about how mean ICE is, and then saying all of this. He seems to think there's a nice way of doing it, and so on. And I mean, I'm willing to just chalk that up to his age and inexperience, and with the world. And let's also not forget that when somebody blows up like that, there's arrested development. And so if he blew up when he was 19, 20, 21. Then that's it doesn't mean that he can't be an intelligent, articulate 20-year-old, but that's the development stops, because then you just turn on a camera and talk, and no matter what you say, there's people like, oh my God, you're so awesome, that you're so right about everything, and you can try to be aware of that fact and not let it go to your head. It's gonna go to your head. It's gonna go to your head. It's already gone to my head. We've got fucking 7 people here.
And in the mind of and I know you're a libertarian, so I think
yeah. Do you have a clip of that? I would love to see that.
We can kind of see it for what it is. There are a lot of these heritage Americans, white nationalists, immigration restrictionists, and in their mind, they're on the team. The Twitter posters are in the White House, and Trump is looking out for them so they don't encounter diversity that makes them uncomfortable in their neighborhood. And so
I disagree here. I think the impeachment thing is, we have to understand that there's levels of this game. There is the long-term thing. I agree that someone needs to be made an example of, but that sounds very, very Republican to me. This is not the right guy. We should have taken out Biden. We should have gone for Biden.
This whole thing was about, getting those illegals out and making America a Norman Rockwell painting. And you want to say, no, you were the mark. The generational coalition was banking, Tim Mellon, tech, Elon Musk, Andreessen Horowitz. It was the donor class, which was 60% of the donations for Trump in 24, infers from 16.
The argument that I'm making is not about Republicans. It's about the Trump specifically. I think Trump specifically is that different, that much of how do I say this? Because if for example, if the next president is a Republican president and brings us into a war just like this, that's the guy. That's the guy. Because he's not going to have the type of baggage that Trump has, and so if everybody is, jumping on, then the left is going to take that as, oh, we win, we are right, and a lot of people are, then we go the other way. So I mean, there's never a great time, there's never a perfect time, but this seems like the worst time.
2016 to get a 10% corporate tax cut, a war in Iran, annexation of the West Bank, southern Lebanon, Gaza, moratorium on AI regulation, bring Palantir and Little Tech and PayPal Mafia into the White House and get them all these contracts. That was actually the purpose of the generational coalition. And then, oh, you're sour grapes and going home. They don't care. They got what they wanted from you. You voted it into office. Now they confer all the privileges on the donors. This idea that it was, hey, get your pitchforks and torches, we're taking the country back. That was a scam to get you to vote for this interest-based agenda. So,
Yep. Fooled. Shout out to Jennifer. Welcome to the party. Very good to see you. How are we doing? Yeah. I agree. I mean, it's tough. I don't know. I was going to say the Democrats' reaction to Trump isn't because of Trump. It's how they treat all Republicans. I remember when I said all the same things about George Bush and Mitt Romney. Fair enough. I'm just trying to think of, is there any weight to what I'm trying to say, or am I just making the same mistake Nick is? And we talk about moving the starting point. I think I might be moving the starting point. Are they though?
So that's the part where, to me, it's like you just don't understand what politics is.
Yeah. No, I think listen, as a libertarian, that's exactly right. It's just that you don't understand the nature of this game, and you've got this conception of.
Really quick, guys, we've got 15 minutes to hit that stream goal and add to the weekly movie night goal. We are 4 out of 15 donos of any amount, and only 17 at 7 out of 75. So go for those 99-cent super stickers. We can hit it. We can get it.
If you're on a team or this, and none of this is real. And look, man, I mean, I understand people out of desperation, people wanting to believe in something. It's much what we're asking people to swallow is much grimmer than what Steven Crowder is.
Yeah, I know. I drive for a living.
Asking them to swallow. And so there's a part where I understand people not wanting that to be the case. I probably was to some degree guilty of this, although I was always very guarded because I knew, the Trump track record. But it was like, hey, look, they actually did try to throw him in jail this time. They actually really did maybe even tried to assassinate, who knows exactly. And he's coming in and, hey, he's putting Tulsi Gabbard at DNI now. And like, hey, his son is tweeting at me that we're going to keep all the neocons out. You're like, all right, let's go. But this is almost what's frustrating with some of those guys. Like, hey, I'm down to be on the team. You just got to give me something, like something that's a reasonable, there's something in it for us. But man, when you think back, as you're saying this, it reminds me, which I think a lot of people forget this, but one of the huge appeals of Donald Trump, I mean, really, this was up there with one of the things that he said that people loved in 2016, was that he basically made the argument that because he's rich, he's uniquely in this position where I don't need any of these donor monies. Now, this was one of the first broken promises of Trump's, and everyone just kind of let it go because, again, I think people were kind of desperate. They had never had anything like Donald Trump before, and it's very easy to start making excuses to yourself. Yeah, whatever. He'll take some money, but he's still fucking he's still pissing off CNN. I know he lies all the time, but like whatever. He lies about little stuff, whatever the kind of coping mechanisms are. But
you don't take him literally. You take him seriously. Yep. I don't like it.
He used to openly say, like, Marco Rubio, he used to say Sheldon Adelson wants to make Marco Rubio his puppet. I don't need his money. I won't be that guy. And it is kind of amazing to go. He just went from being that to just being like, that's the whole thing. Like, essentially, the whole operation is like an Adelson op. And he openly admits it. And do you remember in 2016, when he said the thing, and I don't even know how red-pilled you were yet at this.
Shout out to Persimmon over on Twitch. Welcome. Said he's a businessman. That's the mentality of the people supporting him. Well, most people here are Trump voters, but a lot of us are very unhappy with all this. I mean, both of them voted for Trump as well. But where did that guy go? I'm doing all right. I'm doing all right. I could complain, but nobody would give a fucking shit.
At this point. But he had said, there was one point where Donald Trump had said, just like off the top of his head, as he typically would do.
Trump was the symptom, not the problem. Now he's kind of the problem. He's part of the problem. No pun intended with the show. I wouldn't say he's the problem, that like if we get rid of Trump, then everything is solved. But he is definitely a big part of the problem. And as the president, significant part of that problem.
An interview where they asked him where he stood on Israel-Palestine. And you remember
that? I was so surprised by that. Like I knew some people would be would be against Massie. I knew that. But I really thought that we were at a place where it's more than, do you agree with me? The bar is so low. It's just like, all right, is this guy being honest? And so I thought that that's where people were, like the hardcore Trumpers were on Massie. They're like, okay, I don't really like him, but he's a legit guy, and you know what you're getting with him. Apparently not. Process is the problem. He's the face of the problem, and there's plenty more where that comes from. Yep. It's not the problem. He's become one with the same problem that's existed for 100 years. That's kind of more in line with how I would put it. Because again, saying he's the problem means that if once he leaves office, or everybody gets taken out, then everything is fine, and that obviously is not the case.
In an interview where they asked him where he stood on Israel-Palestine. And you remember back in 2016, this was one of the most fun parts about Trump's run in 2016.
And I was a never Trumper during that whole thing. Why do I miss all the good shit? Oh, I missed all of Game of Thrones until season 8. I missed all of the MCU until Endgame. I asked people to spoil Infinity War for me. I didn't see Lost until last year. I know those are all TV movies, but those are where I come from. I miss all the good shit. I cannot imagine how much fun it must have been to be a Trump supporter in 2015. Oh, that would have been awesome.
Is that a lot of times they would ask Donald Trump a question, and he would kind of go like, and you could tell that in that moment he was figuring out what his policy was on this issue. Like it was like remember when Chris Matthews goes like, so you're pro-life, and he's like, I'd have to say I'm the most pro-life there is. And he goes, so should a woman go to jail for murder if she aborts? So and he goes, I'd say yeah. That's not even the position of pro-lifers in America.
Right. And again, that used to be part of the charm. But the fact that, it doesn't, it didn't go that way it's so depressing. So, does anybody think Glow in Dark's coming back? I don't know. Went the way of who's that person? There was somebody that was here all the time, and then I timed them out, and they left, and they never came back.
You know what I mean? Which is like an interesting thing we could get into, but like that's actually not most pro-lifers, but that's a very, very fringe view. Even
Glow's a dude. I don't know. We got on Monday we got into it, and I don't know. People love when I go hard on the video, and other people in the chat. But when it comes to you, people don't like it. Sorry, this is what you showed up for.
Amongst pro, but he doesn't know. He's just so they ask him about Israel-Palestine. In his typical Trump way, he's just going on instinct and saying what he thinks. So he just goes, I'd say we should be neutral. We should be neutral, and we should stay out of it. We should be friends with that. But saying you should be neutral to the Israel lobby is like saying we should eat Jewish babies. Like there's literally you saying we should be Adolf Hitler if you say we should be neutral in the Israel-Palestine. And then he got a lot of heat for it. And then you remember he went to AIPAC?
Well, like I said, the bar is on the floor.
Yep.
And he gave this speech. This is when I started taking him very seriously politically, because I was like, it's one thing to be able to move a lot of people in Alabama, or it's one thing to be able to talk to red state America, working class people. There's a difference.
Yeah, he's a gay dude. I don't know his name in Discord, but I'm pretty sure he's in the Discord. But yeah, I mean, feel free to see where he's at. But again, guys, this is your warning now. This is your warning now. You've seen it happen a number of times. If you say some shit, like I am way more interactive with the chat than 99.9% of streamers out there. That's why you like this, or part of why you like this. That I'm having a back and forth conversation with you guys. And then sometimes somebody said something, and I'm going to engage with it. And everybody wants to just like spurg out. Actually, no, he was here earlier. He was here and being normal. I don't know his Discord name. But yeah, Lone Wolf came, and that's the thing. Like, I don't know what the fuck was going on yesterday, but he was completely normal today. But yeah, let this be your warning that none of you are safe from what you see. When you see me pull up a chat and be like, okay, tell me this, tell me that. That could be you. And it's fine if you say something and then you're like, I don't want to do this. Okay, I don't want to do. Fair enough. I'm not going to, stop the whole show and pick on you if you don't want to engage. But then you have to say that, because if you continue the conversation, that's part of the show. You are part of the show. So that is your warning that if you get picked on, meaning I'm just reading your chat and engaging with you, and you don't like the way that it's going, just let me know that you want to back out. I'm like, all right, cool, go back to the show.
Thing to be able to get a standing ovation from the Israel lobby. That's like, that means a lot in Washington, D.C. And so he goes there, and how does he win them over? Well, he's Donald Trump. So first he goes, Obama makes very stupid deals. I believe in smart deals. And the worst deal ever made was the JCPOA, the Iran deal. I don't even know if he knew JCPOA. But
I'm on the edge of being an alcoholic, but I'm definitely not. Like, I drink almost every day, but I really only drink when I'm streaming. And then, like, every once in a while, I do the Fireball night, and that tends to be a thing that's like fun for everybody, even though I usually regret it the next day. But I don't like get a craving for alcohol in general. So whatever. Actually, we don't. So the other thing here is that. So first of all, if you're gonna, go talk to somebody who doesn't like the show and you try to get them back, that's on you. Please do not go to people and be like, oh, well, Lutch wants you back. Hey, no. No. I'm here for who's here. I'm here for who's here. If you're not here, that's totally fine. No ill will. But I'm not chasing random people. I would prefer that people who are like you guys, who will engage and you're in the chat and you're willing to go back and forth, I would prefer that you're here. But I don't need any one of you. I love having all of you. I don't need any one of you. And so I'm not trying to be, me and Lutch got into a back and forth and I just stopped watching and he sent people after me to chase him and try and combat. Nah, we ain't doing that. So if you want to do that shit, keep me out of it.
Deal.
And I welcome anybody back in the same way you could go back to the beginning of this stream and Lone Wolf was acting normal. So I just, acted like normal like I would. And so Cole comes back. If Waco comes back and starts acting normal, cool. But I'm here for the people who are here. If you don't care enough about the show and the community to just show up, again, totally fair. But I'm going to put my focus on the people who do show up. Well, I mean, he's right. He doesn't need any one person. Not for the show to continue. Are you guys under the impression that I wouldn't do the show if you specifically stopped watching? Of course not. I mean, let's not bullshit each other. We know what it is. That doesn't mean that doesn't mean that I don't love coming and having these conversations with you guys. But like, there's, I mean, other than who? Let's, Box. Liberty's been here for quite a while. And then, Drew was here way back when, but, Drew went up and did his own thing or whatever. The show went on. And now he's back. And it's great that he's back. So it's just not that thing. That's just not the relationship that you personally and I personally have. With an audience in general, yes, I need people here. But as long as people in general are going to accept who I am and what I'm saying, then the people who don't accept it, okay, fine. Fair enough. Hey, shout out to Drew, our sponsoring his goddamn self with the $1 make you hello. Thank you. So very, very much out sponsoring yourself. And I love you guys. It's just a matter of being real. I'm just trying to set expectations that we're friendly, but each one of you, we don't have a friendship relationship. That doesn't mean we can't be tight. That doesn't mean we can't really enjoy each other's company and conversation and all that thing. But it's very important. You've heard about the parasocial relationships. That's what this is. Most of you, I don't know your name. I don't know what you look like. I don't know where you're from. I don't know your age. You guys know a lot about me. But it doesn't, yeah. No, I would never do that. I would never do that. Well, thank you. I appreciate it. It ain't going nowhere. And that's exactly my point. I'm not going to stop showing up for you guys because somebody got mad that I said a thing that in the same tone that I always say. Love you. Oh, wrong way. Love you. Still waiting for that Discord DM, but, whenever you get a chance, right? All right. Yeah, you guys could be friends. That's why I fucking want you all to join the Discord and fucking talk to each other. I want that. I want you guys to be actual friends. I just don't have that ability because of the position that I'm in. I'm the guy that you're watching on the screen. You guys are in the same position as watching this guy on your screen. It doesn't mean that I'm better than anybody. It's just the position that we're in. That's it. Cool. Love you all. But it is what it is. Oh my goodness. Shout out to Jennifer. And just in time for double points. We are now in the after party. Thank you. So very, very much. Jennifer said, we are a family here. And we love the Indian Jesus. Well, thank you. So very, very much. You are amazing. And of course, that makes you the new sponsor of the after party. So again, guys, the after party is starting. The chat, only the chat. If you're not a member, you will still be able to watch, but the chat is going to members only. If you would like to keep chatting, you can head over to Rumble. I'll put the Rumble link in the chat if you want. The only thing is, obviously, the Rumble chats don't come up on the screen. But head on over there or sign up as a member or you can send in super chats. But we are going to members only. Shout out to the disciples. Boom. Oh my goodness. 5 gifted memberships. Thank you. So very, very much. And Drew gets a membership. There we go. There we go. How much is that? That's 3 by 5, 15. Out sponsor and Jennifer. Oh my God. Oh my God. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. So very, very much. All right. So let's get this banner correct. So we are now at, we have, so we had 73. And then we had, okay, I'm going to need the calculator. So we were at, what did I say, 73? So it's 73. So then plus 20, plus 30. 123, guys. 123 out of 250. 123 points. Again, double points for every donation in the after party. And that was 10 and 15. So that is 25. And that, oh my God, that's the goal right there. That's the goal right there. So, of course, every $2 is a push-up. And so I've got 12 push-ups to do as of now. And we will see if we up that number. Shout out to Box and Jennifer. Thank you, thank you, thank you. So very, very much, guys. My goodness. Again, shout out to Drew, Shrink and Sharon, Daily Discourse, Jano, Foot Fetish. You guys are now members, so please take all of the benefits there and tune in to the after party. Thank you so very, very much, guys. I'm going to assume that you guys want to continue with this for the after party, but if you have something else, let me know. This is for you guys. Thank you so very, very much. Let's dive right back in.
And how does he win them over? Well, he's Donald Trump. So first he goes, Obama makes very stupid deals. I believe in smart deals. And the worst deal ever made was the JCPOA, the Iran deal. I don't even know if he knew JCPOA, but he said the Iran deal. And they're standing ovation for that. So anyway, just reminding people that originally, at least openly, Donald Trump's instinct was to be neutral and not be involved. That got the Israel lobby to attack him. And to get them off his back, he promised them he would tear up the JCPOA. Right. Which is kind of crazy that, and here we find ourselves all these years later in the war that was prevented by that agreement.
Well, you're right. And those are two things.
Well, hey guys, don't go into debt. Don't go into debt. Just, do your thing and what you can do. Again, that's why I have the two different options of the number of donations and the dollar amount. You throw down, if half of you threw 99 cents once a week, we would hit the goal every time. So it's not about getting, the max amount of dollars. It's more about you guys fucking getting into it. And shout out to Chronic, signs up as a member. Thank you, thank you, thank you. So very, very much. And of course, double points. So that is 6 more points. Thank you, thank you, thank you, and welcome to the
I bring up on my show that people forget, because people say like, oh, well, Trump has always been pro-Israel. That's always kind of been part of the deal. And it's like, no, it really wasn't. I mean, in 2015, early 2016, you're right. I remember that interview well. And he said, we're going to be neutral. We're going to treat both sides fairly. And he went, I don't know if it was AIPAC or RJC, but he, like you said, he said that thing about Rubio, I think in December 15, where he said, oh, well, he's going to take your money. He's your puppet. I'm not going to take your money. And I even said this in 24.
Yep, there is a new goal, but the why is it doing this? I just removed the goal. New goal. It's bugging up. It's bugging up. Remove goal. Remove. Goal fully disabled. Okay, well, you guys know what the fucking thing is. It's in the banner. I don't know why. It's not updating, but at least we know that it was fucking shit up on their end, not on my end. Well, we got Chronic with the $2 more push-ups. Oh, we gotta get his special treat too. Oh, we got Trey Williams, another $2 make you holla. Thank you, thank you, thank you. so very, very much. But guys, that's not it. That's not it. You know what else it is? I think this one, I think we're going to be empty. But I do have some... This is the last one. I'm going to have to get the peanut butter for the next one.
Shadows gather where the truth once stood. A kingdom of confusion carved out of falsehood. Body walks through the ruins like a prophet reborn. A voice wants in fire, a mind on this guard. The chaos watches with an all-seeing glare. Guardian of reason and a world unaware. When the overlord stalls at the edge of the frame, the faithful rise up, they already know his name. I'm here to resurrect the second coming of coming.
All right. So we had... I added Chronic, right? We got Chronic. We had 4, 8. 37. Chronic and Trey AE. There we go. There we fucking go. Here to resurrect the second coming of Common Sense. There we go. There we go. All right. Thank you so very, very much, guys. That means we got, let me grab some peanut butter because we don't have any more of this. Let me grab that. And then we party on. We party on. Give me 2 seconds. Are you done with that? All right, I'm gonna play this because we're eating into the time, so I'll get this while we get that. All right, so we got it. We're ready to go. Morty gets some more peanut butter.
He's going to take your money. He's your puppet. I'm not going to take your money. And I even said this in 24. And at the time, I know a lot of people didn't take it seriously because it didn't sound like real or like concrete. I was saying like, well, he's going to bring us to war in Iran. He's not going to do the deportations. But I also said that the prospect is different, like, or rather the proposition of Trumpism is different because like you said, and this is the most important thing, when you go back to 16, Trump said, I'm rich, I'm a billionaire, I'll self-fund my campaign. That is why I can fix America. Like there's a very clear logical chain where he says, the system is broken. The politicians are all talk, no action. They never deliver real victories. Why? Because they are controlled by the donors. I alone can fix it because I'm so rich. I'll self-fund my campaign. I will run the government like a business. I'll hire and fire at will. And that's why I can bypass all of the gridlock, all these problems that have prevented real change. And that was another big aspect of it, is he would say, it's not just going to...
Funny guy. And he does have some really solid points. It's just the whole idea, you know?
To be these like political wins. He said, no, we're going to deliver a real win. He said, I'm literally going to take this country and make it great again. And what you're getting at 16 is totally different than from 24, where they're like, you go to these people and say, well, he said staple green cards to diplomas. He said we're going to bomb Iran, basically. He said there's really no plan to do mass...
Well, a quick update on that. We've been waiting for the actual video to go with it. Like I just uploaded a thing with that picture, but Guamtech was working on animators getting an actual video made, but he got the new job, and so he's been a little bit busy. But I just talked to him today, and he's gonna catch me up on what he's been talking about, and then we're gonna have a video.
To diplomas. He said we're going to bomb Iran, basically. He said there's really no plan to do mass deportations, and people would say, once you get past all that golden age stuff, they say, yeah, well, it's going to be better than a Democrat. And you go, okay, but like lesser two evils better than a Democrat. Wasn't the whole point that he was going to like break the system? I'll never forget that debate. I don't know if it was the South Carolina debate or maybe the one before that, but there's that viral clip where he goes, we needed tickets for the television audience. You can't get them. You want to know who's in the audience? Donors, special interest. And people, if you watch that clip now, everyone in the comments says, oh, now I get why he got elected. Like now I get, I'm left wing, I'm Democrat. Now I see it. And it's like, yeah, that's what created the cult of personality. That's what created diehard Trump supporters. And it's like, Tucker points this out. It's like Animal Farm. It's like the revolution has betrayed itself. Now he's just like the others. And that's where.
Real quick, slightly related, but I know it's not the same thing, but Netflix has a new short series, just 4 episodes of Lord of the Flies. I got 2. I read the book in high school, and I mean, I liked the story, but I didn't really take it that seriously because it was school. What was I going to say? The show just didn't seem to really get to the heart of what Lord of the Flies was supposed to be about. Yeah, it is. The show is just weak. It's just like showing a bunch of kids in the fucking woods. Like there's it's only 4 episodes. I got it 2 episodes in, and there was one scene about voting in the chief, but like all of the societal stuff, it's just not there. I mean, maybe it's all backloaded in the last 2 episodes, but I don't know. I asked about it on TikTok, and nobody said that it was good. All right, I'm back in.
Farm. It's like the revolution has betrayed itself. Now he's just like the others. And that's where you say, this is now dead. This wave has crested. It's not dynamic anymore. Now we need to look for the next wave because this will only disappoint us in the future. So that's a very good point about the self-funding. And you're right. Almost nobody talks about it.
Yeah, it just kind of went away. But look, I mean, I think that was also, I guess, kind of part of the disconnect of where me and you are on this versus where like Crowder is on this, where it's like, it's very easy, especially for guys like us. It's very easy to have your own narcissism, fuck with you because it's just the world. There's a camera in front of us. We're on. You get a lot of.
Was I not just saying this? That even at my level, there is 6 people in the entire world watching this right now, and still there's an aspect of you guys are all giving me all this love. How does that not go to your head? How does that not go to your head?
People watching your thing and you can feel like you're an important person. But like at the end of the day, the truth is that me and you aren't really going to determine anything that happens here. You'd be like, oh, you guys cost us the midterm. No, the Trump administration cost us the midterm. There's nothing I could say that would change the reality on the ground. This is what it is. But I think in some way, people also don't understand how uniquely positioned Donald Trump was.
You just said you followed Donald Trump since the early 90s. I don't know what you mean by Fantasia stuff. Like Fantasia's a movie, but like this is the thing that I always appeal to. That politics can't be the only thing that we have in common. We have to have other stuff. And I get that we have a range of ages, but we're all getting to that age where it's just like I like what I like, I know what I know, and that's it. But I implore you to just go take a little bit more effort to just know what's going on. If there's a new show that people are talking about, just at least see what people are talking. Be able to talk about it. Be able to talk about it. Because one, a lot of culture is directly relevant to the political landscape, but also the vitriol comes from nobody having anything to talk about besides politics. We can talk about Lost. We can talk about video games. We can talk about any movie. We can talk about and find common ground, and also better understand the real world through those stories. That's always what stories have been. And yet, we're like, nah, I don't care. I don't care. It's like, all right, you don't have to, but not a good direction.
Understand how uniquely positioned Donald Trump was. There are so many factors, so many stars that aligned for Donald Trump to do what he did in 2016 and in 2024. Like,
it says there's one person over on Twitch. Whoever is over there, it's too late to turn it off now. So you got a freebie. So if you're not a member, go to the Twitch chat. And
he was the most famous guy in the world. He was the rich guy. He was so brash. He was so camera ready. Like, there's just like all these things that come together. Like, Republicans have won 2 popular votes in the 21st century. Okay, like, to go back to the third, you have to go back to like when I was 15 or something like that. You know what I mean? Like, It's really bad. George W. Bush, they won in 2004, which was, if you can, because I'm a little bit older than you, like, 2004 was 5 years after the 1990s. Okay, it was a different country than we are today. And we were in a war. And even though the war wasn't going good, it was like, don't go against the president in the middle of a war was still kind of a big thing. Since then, no Republicans have won the popular vote. Donald Trump got it this last time. People do not understand the gap between what Donald Trump has versus what Marco Rubio has, what J.D. Vance has.
Right.
It was already a huge ask for them to carry this coalition forward. Like, it's over, dude. It has nothing to do with how me or you feel. That's it. None of these guys can win. This administration has an approval rating about where George W. Bush's was after 2 disastrous wars and an economic collapse. This isn't a matter of me or you. It's like, no, listen, dude, the only option here is that
no, just World War 11. Dick, can you check Discord for me, please? Thank you, sir.
Another outsider emerges. Which is possible. No one would have picked Donald Trump.
No, you the best. You the fucking best. You the fucking best. Actually, I don't even remember the fucking words to that. But I will say that I think the fucking word really does ruin the song. The first time I heard that song, I heard it on the radio. And like, it was just the you the best. And that sounds way better than you the fucking best. It's supposed to be a love song. It's soft. And you the fucking best. You the fucking best. You the best. You the best. Great song. Great song.
Outsider emerges. Which is possible. No one would have picked Donald Trump at this point. We'd be in 2014. No one would have picked Donald Trump was going to be president in 2016. So, like, there are maybe someone will emerge. And Crowder kept saying to you, yeah, but
picks or it didn't happen.
That comes with risks. Yeah.
Right.
Nothing doesn't come with risks. Your plan comes with the risk of your plan is that either Gavin Newsom or AOC will be president. You want to just say, put the blinders on, forget that we just launched a war for a foreign country, which is the most hated country in the world, which is a country that the American people have rejected, do not want this. You want to blame the critics of it for the loss? Okay.
You can do whatever you like.
Let's run a different experiment where me and you both get on board. We stay on board with the administration. We'll just go down in flames anyway. Like, it's not going to change anything.
Well, and, I would say he kept saying, if we burn it all down, go for the Democrats, etc. He said, there's this big risk then that the Democrats are going to win. And I said, well, let's think about possibilities. So if we have someone from the administration run like Vance or Rubio.
I forgot about the spoon, guys. I forgot about the spoon. I used the back end of the spoon so I could reach the peanut butter a little bit easier. I'm like, fuck, what do I do with this? I just placed it down in the treat dust. So now you got that. Yeah. Oh, I fucking love this dude. A little bit of this, a little bit of that. Shout out. Look in free chat. Dick, free chat. You are tagged. And should be right there.
So if we have someone from the administration run like Vance or Rubio, let's think about what Vance and Rubio would do that Trump would not. If we can agree that Trump is unsatisfactory, he's betrayed many of the promises, and at the minimum, like you even said earlier, to the extent that he's doing anything, he's not solving it.
Yeah.
Deporting 500,000 people, let's say that's the number. Is that a drop in the bucket even? If Biden imported 10 million and
I have no idea what that says.
You deport 1 million, you're
let's back up.
In the
God damn it.
Bucket even. If Biden imported 10 million and you deport 1 million, you're not even like net negative from where Biden was, let alone where we were before Biden was elected. So he didn't solve it. But like you said, Trump has this cult of personality. He uniquely wields the people as like sort of a distinct political force. Rubio and Vance, they don't have that cult of personality. They don't have control over the party. They don't have that popular support. And what's more, they don't have that like independent mind. Like Trump created this political revolution. He is an outsider. He does actually even have, you could argue, his own ideology. This like pro-protection, anti-war.
Oh yeah, guys, stop fucking DMing me general shit. I get so many DMs and the fucking server is silent. You can talk to me in the server so that other people can be part of the conversation. You know, Box, I know that you fucking blasted this shit everywhere, but like, I'm putting so new rule. If you DM me and it's not something that is either private for the two of us or directly, you know, like time sensitive, because you can tag me and I always have my phone on me. I will get the notification, but when I see a DM, then the implication is that this is more important. So I'll stop what I'm doing. And all day, people are just sending random shit. And like, I know that. You gotta fix that shit. You gotta fix that shit. But like, again, just pop in. If you're not, I mean, just start, start a new habit. Every time you pick up your phone, before you put it down, just check Discord. If you do that for 5 days straight, then it'll become a habit. I'm like, oh, what was it? Because I post there, even though nobody else does. I post there. It's because I hate X. But I mean, that's, if you guys really want this to be what it can be and what I think it can be, of course I appreciate you guys are here now. Of course. But we can't do that unless we migrate to somewhere where we can talk to each other in a way that's not so imbalanced. You know what I mean?
His own ideology, this like pro-protection, anti-war, nativist sort of thing. So are Vance and Rubio going to be better than Trump? And if so, how? How are they?
Well, no, you want to go the other way around. So it's right now we're at 3:25.5. So we've got 35.5 minutes.
Going to stand up to the Israel lobby? How are they going to be more immigration restrictionist? I don't think anyone would really believe that. And so you either get a continuation of the, if it's even possible they win because they're attached to this administration, you either get a
too late now
continuation of this, which we all recognize is not a solution for anything. The best people say is it's worse than, or rather it's better than total destruction under Democrats. Or they say something like, well, it's buying us time. It's letting us have some sort of like salutary neglect, like the Democrats aren't killing us with censorship and debanking. That's best case scenario. Worst case scenario is it's a Democrat. And so you say, that's a scenario where there's no winning option.
Yeah.
Like victory is not a possibility on your timeline. So what you're doing is you're playing not to lose. You're hoping that we don't get the worst thing. We don't get the worst defeat condition, but you're not even really concerned about how
fuck you, Box. I responded to you after the stream and you didn't respond to me. So fuck you.
Win. How do we get mass deportations? How do we get the rest of it? At least if you say we're going to punish Republicans, like this administration needs to fail, everyone in it needs to burn down and be weakened by it. At least then there's a possibility in 28 that the Trump administration alum are so unpopular, even in a primary, that somebody else could actually emerge and then run. Because
so that seems like a much a much cleaner idea than what it seems like he was proposing on Crowder. That if you create a situation where the Trump brand, the Trump base is so unpopular that the party itself wants to put somebody forward. That does make sense, but the thing is, if they are putting somebody forward, what makes you think they're going to be more aligned with you versus less aligned with you? Especially if it's over war stuff. Then they're just gonna be like, oh, fuck yes, now we definitely get Marco Rubio in there and go to war wherever the fuck we want. It just feels so unsettling to live here now, more and more. I mean, yeah, shit's got to be done. But one person ain't going to fix shit. So we have to become a community.
the biggest concern is that, look, we all know this. the party is consolidating around Vance or Rubio. The money, the actual party apparatus. And what they're going to try to do is make it so there isn't a competition. They're going to make it so that there's one clear guy, probably that Trump backs, someone from the admin like Vance or Rubio. That person's going to get 70% of the vote. There's going to be a bunch of also-rans, and they're just going to jam that guy through so he can campaign really without a primary fight throughout 27 and 28, and then, lock it up for the next 4 years. And so the biggest threat actually is that candidate will be too strong and suffocate any possible challenger, any dark horse, an outsider.
That sounds great. That sounds great, Nick. And fair enough if you're in a position where, I don't want to say the person's name because I have baggage and okay, fair. But then you can't present us with this plan yet because it's not a plan. It's an idea. And it sounds like a pretty shitty idea.
And by the way, if we get an outsider, that might be your victory. That might be your victory condition where it is someone who was from that Trump coalition, saw where it went wrong, wants to fulfill the promises of it without kind of rejecting the fundamental premise. Someone like that can emerge. And then, if that person wins, then maybe that person can actually deliver the victory. But that's why I say, people are always saying well, who's that person going to be? Well, you don't know.
Yeah, because there's so many ifs that it requires a very special person. So if it's just some guy, then I don't think the plan's going to work. It is theoretical that your plan works if you present someone, but
if that's even going to happen, it's we have to create the possibility that we can win. Otherwise, we're accepting defeat. Like you said earlier, either we're going 90 miles per hour or 85 miles per hour off the cliff.
To be honest, I'm not even sure it's 85. This might be just as fast, dude. It's just a different thing. I mean, it's in the same sense, why do I hate the Democrats? It's I don't know, because they, I don't know, they're fiscally insane. They opened our borders. This is chaos and destruction. They push this
it'll be anarchy,
insanity on little kids. This is evil, and this is abortion, is murder. This is death. It's this is all destruction and death, and it's just, this is all horrible. I'm not actually sure which one is worse, to be honest. They're all very bad.
The Democrats are obviously worse, but let's not act like the GOP is G.
And I guess maybe one of the things that's kind of frustrating about even having these debates is that it's nuanced and it's complex and it's broad. And for example, okay, so Pat Buchanan, who is really a hero of mine, I'd imagine someone you would really admire as well. Brilliant conservative. He would always come back and support the Republicans.
Yes.
Yes. And he would eviscerate them. I mean, he would just take them down, but he'd always come back and support them. And so he would be totally against George H.W. Bush in 92 because he's furious about the Persian Gulf War, although he never really made that as central of an issue as I think he should have. But, who am I to pick on a great man like that? But then he'd come back and he'd primary him. But then he'd lose and he'd come back and you get that great famous culture war speech from Pat Buchanan at the RNC, which is, by the way, anyone should go listen to that speech. So beautifully done. I really admire great.
What did he say?
Anyone should go listen to that speech. Culture war speech from.
How long is that? Pat Buchanan, culture war speech. I guess 92. All right, so I'll throw that on the watch later list, and we'll come back to it if it's worth it. Stay tuned to the Indian Jesus.
Pat Buchanan at the RNC, which is, by the way, anyone should go listen to that speech. So beautifully done. I really admire great speech writing. He was a great speechwriter. But anyway, but that speech, the context of it is that he's at the RNC to bring the Buchanan, what do they call it? The Buchanan Brigade back into the Republican Party. And he would make arguments that's not
a very catchy name.
Hey, look, we feel how we feel. We disagree on all these issues, but whose Supreme Court justice picks are you going to like more? George H.W. Bush or Bill Clinton? On environmentalism, he's better. On tax policy, he's better. On all these. And now I tend to kind of disagree with that. And I loved Ron Paul. Ron Paul would never come back and endorse the candidate. But, the thing is that in 1992, I can understand Pat Buchanan's argument. Because if you have a generally healthy country, and we could get into debating whether we were generally healthy or not, but compared to today, we were a much healthier country.
At least culturally.
much less divisive politically.
Yes.
The demographics were what traditional American demographics had been for most of the time, which are conducive to less cultural divides, let's say. We were not $40 trillion in debt. We were not like a failing empire. There were things and in a healthy society,
I don't know what I saw, but I just saw a video about, it was someone on TikTok who was talking about a tweet that they saw of a Zoomer responding to a video. So the video was just, something that you would get, something you would take on your digital camera in 2005. And the Zoomer is like, it's so weird to see everybody just, interacting and not on their phones. And it really is crazy how different society is now. It goes back to what we were saying about the smaller generations. Was this a movie? Oh, what happened? Was this a movie? Because remember we talked about that Elijah Schlesinger and not Netflix. Elijah Schlesinger. Oh, and the weekly news. So let's see. Let's see if this fucking comes up. That'll be crazy. No, okay, so it is a movie. Well, I thought it was a throwback. That was a throwback because that would have been a fucking deep cut.
Cultural divides, let's say. We were not $40 trillion in debt. We were not like a failing empire. There were things and in a healthy society, it kind of does make sense to go, look, I know there's a wish list of what we want, but let's go for better rather than worse. Again, when you have stage 4 cancer and you're terminally ill, that's like when you go like, no, if we just get what is maybe slightly better, we die. Like this nation dies if we do that. So I guess part of it is that we're just arguing that like, no, the situation is actually that dire right now that we have to go for something better than this.
Well, that's the nail on the head. And, I would even say something more controversial, which is, and no one's going to like this.
You? More controversial than me?
Well, controversial for people that like us, for the fans, but they need to hear this. I respect Pat Buchanan. He's brilliant. Obviously off the charts, brilliant, great writer. Red-pilled me with Death of the West and everything. But he is a loser. And I don't say that to be nasty, but he lost. He lost 3 times, right? He lost in 92, 96, lost for reform in 2000. And, it's funny. Sam Francis, who was a friend of his, he wrote an article about his endorsement of Bush in 92. And
you confused about this or you confused about Asia?
So that was Buchanan's biggest mistake.
I've never read that. Oh,
it's
that's
very interesting. Yeah, I'll send it to you.
Yeah, please do.
But he wrote it at the time and said that's Buchanan's mistake, is that he always comes back to support the GOP. Why? You're at war with them. They're the enemy. They're the problem. And it's because he is the congenital conservative. And by conservative, I don't mean right wing. It's this risk aversion. He's not revolutionary. No. He's a reformer. And so in the end, they will always come back to the vomit. The dog will always come back to eat its vomit. They will always come back to endorse the conservative. And I think, by the way, that's now why there's people are becoming more comfortable with Pat Buchanan, because 20 years ago, he was kicked off MSNBC for suicide of a superpower, which he was going to call it The Death of Whitey. That was actually the original title.
Is that true?
Yes.
No.
Sam Francis says this.
So, is that true? So there was a chapter in the book called like The End of White America. It was like close to that.
Yes.
One of the chapters. Great book, by the way. Suicide of a Superpower. Highly recommend it.
But that was going to be the title. And point being is he was super controversial back then. Shapiro called him a Nazi in 2016. He's alt-right, whatever. Now, I feel like people are coming around to his legacy.
Let's say books. We got a new poll. Do you read books regularly?
These
I read every day too, but I haven't cracked a book open in a while.
Heritage Americans, pro-Trump people, they're embracing him. But why? Because he lost. Inert. You're no longer threatening. And so I love Pat Buchanan. However, Francis also wrote a book called Beautiful Losers about
just got to head to the Leering Center.
The conservatives, and basically saying that conservatives are so principled, but they lose all the time. Like we're losing the culture war, we're losing the immigration war, and they would rather lose as the civil, principled, whatever you want to say about them, these kind of like Rockefeller Republicans, and actually get dirty and fight and win. And in the end, is it not the paleocons that were the beautiful losers? Is it not those people that, I
have heard that too many times to not know what the fuck it means. What is a paleoconservative? Old school American political conservative who emphasizes tradition, a limited federal government, Christian values, and strong national identity. According to the 80s, distinguished traditionalists from a rising wave of neoconservatives. Gotcha. Okay. That makes sense. Paleo and neo. That makes sense. All right. I just, sometimes you gotta look shit up.
Went down without a huge, ugly fight. And I think about.
I just heard something. Hold on. We got the camera. The fuck is going on out there? Looks clean to me. All right. Sorry for the interruption. Thought I was getting robbed or some shit. Yeah, you mean my hammer? My hammer. No pew. No pew. I mean, I wish, but.
What is different between Buchanan and Trump? In 2016, when Trump was running in the primary, they said, will you endorse the eventual nominee if you don't get it? And Trump said no. Yeah. He said,
Now I'm thinking like, okay, if somebody did bust in while I was right here, what would I use? The mug? I got a mug. This full mug. That'll do a little bit of damage. I got to keep a hammer over here. Because I'll be spending hours, and that's especially if you can tell by the fact that it's live on the internet. I gotta get a weapon.
A lot of leverage. He said, so I'd like to run as the Republican, but if I can't have the nomination, then maybe I'll run independent. And they said, well, Hillary Clinton will surely win. And he said, well, yeah, then elect me as the Republican. Otherwise, I'll tank the whole thing. And to me, that's like, and I told them that actually at the dinner. I said, that is when you were at your apex because you were playing to win. Yeah. That's when I knew you were serious. You weren't just going to say, well, if I win, I win. If I don't, I guess we'll just have Republicans. It's like that burn the boats mentality. That's what we as the...
You guys know what he means by burn the boats mentality?
Base need to develop that kind of consciousness or that leadership.
No, I get what you're saying. Part of the... Okay, I'm sorry to keep picking on Stephen Crowder. It's nothing against Stephen Crowder. It's just that literally this is what I'm thinking of when you say this. Yeah. But so when I was debating Stephen Crowder, he was very upset that I had called for Trump's impeachment. I had called for Trump's impeachment because of the 12-day war. Because, to me, I'm like, yeah, you just launched an illegal war, and this is what we all voted against. And yeah, I'm for. Now, Crowder starts then getting into this argument. He's like, but if we impeached Donald Trump, then Nancy Pelosi has control. I was like, well, first off, that would put J.D. Vance in as president. Right. But then at a certain point, I went, Stephen, when I say we should impeach Donald Trump, you realize I'm not a congressman who's introducing articles of impeachment. I have no...
Fair, but this is the first time. This is the first time I have seen Dave Smith kind of retreat into what a lot of people accuse him of. I'm like, I'm just asking questions. Like, that doesn't matter. You have influence. And so when you, let's see, what is it? I think it was 500,000 views on this shit. Almost 500,000 views on the just the YouTube video. I usually listen in the car, so I'm usually on some random podcast app. I don't pay for Spotify. And so, like, people are being influenced by what you're saying. And so, fine. Yeah, opinions matter. And so, fine. Like, okay, I guess we don't need to go as hard as if a congressman said it. But we're going to hold you to your words. So are you saying that you don't actually mean it? Or are you saying that you're just saying that to express that you don't like it? Or do you actually want people to get behind you and start articles of impeachment? Either way, if you didn't mean it, then you shouldn't have said it that way. And if you do mean it, then we're justified in being like, hey, yo, whoa.
There's no point that I believe this is going to result in this process and then the benefit of that process. Obviously, all I'm saying is like, I publicly supported Donald Trump, and now I am saying in the loudest possible language that I'm out. I'm
Okay, but you're out and he should be impeached are two very different ideas. I am also out. I would fight heavily, what he matters most, I would fight heavily against Trump being impeached, despite the fact that I'm off the Trump train. But you're confused as to why people took you at your word? And so I don't agree that with the Douglas Murrays of the world who are like, oh, you're just a comedian. But you just did it. You just did it. And all the time, maybe the last 2-3 years that I've been listening to him, I've never seen him do it that directly. But that's exactly what his critics say about him. Oh, I said a thing, but it doesn't matter because I'm just a comedian. He didn't say those words, but that's the sentiment. I don't have the power to affect things, so it doesn't matter what I say. Disagree. Yeah, that's a whole other conversation. But the fact is that, his criticisms. Oh, now the fucking goal. That's what I should have done. I should have reloaded. Now the fucking goal is there. What was I saying? I'm probably headed to the end of the line. Yeah, it seems like it. It seems like it, but hey, if you can back it up, then that's fair. Nope. No women. Sorry. Nope. And that didn't. Oh, yeah, like very recently, I was not of the opinion that women shouldn't be in power, that women shouldn't vote. But more and more, I'm seeing, because it used to be a matter of like when we talk about, oh, we gotta deport the communists and blah 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 blah. Like that is a way of not having to engage with people who disagree. Whereas the idea, at least for where I'm coming from, with women not being in power, is the diversion, the delta between what the founding fathers wanted and the effect that women's suffrage has had. It's not about punishing women. It's about conserving a system that was working, and now it's not.
Done. And I do think there's part of my thinking there was along the lines of what you're saying, where it's like, no, look, dude, this
You must be new here.
only works if there's like a profit and loss system.
Right.
Like there has to be like, okay, you promise me no new wars, I publicly support you. You launch a new war, I publicly not just like don't support you, but like fuck you, die a million deaths, you'll never get my support again.
Okay, and then, but again, if you're saying, let's just stretch this. Let's take the principle and stretch it. You're saying, I'm just expressing in the loudest possible terms. No, the loudest possible terms would be, somebody should go and do this because it's so bad, that. But you didn't say that. Why didn't you say that? So okay, fair. Maybe you appeal to the NAP. But why not say, well, he's killed so many people in this war. Let's take him in the streets and beat him. Because you know that that's a very different thing than saying he should be impeached. And if you didn't actually mean it, then own what you said. And like, this is a situation where we're like, all right, maybe I was a little, whatever. I really honestly don't care if he's going to be impeached specifically. Or, yeah, as some of you guys have said, look, the buck has to stop somewhere. Somebody's got to be held accountable. And it seems like left, right, center, that we keep letting this go. Stand on business. Do you want him impeached or not?
Because otherwise, like, I don't know, there's just got to be some type of incentive for, like, if you want to come do this. I don't know, we don't have much, but the one thing we do have is that we...
Haram! How dare you?
Disgusting.
can very publicly say, no, Vance, Rubio, none of you are getting this coalition. And therefore, at least there's some political incentive of like, someone want to come pick up this coalition or not. I do agree with you that, or at least I agree, I don't think Patrick Buchanan's a loser, but politically, I get your point. He did lose. Loser. I think that there's something, especially now when supermajorities of the American people are against this war. Supermajorities of the American people are against Biden's immigration policy. Supermajorities are against the woke trans insane shit. Supermajorities think that inflation is the number one issue. When you have,
I agree with the people who are saying it's about the message that it's sending and not specifically about getting Trump out of office. I agree with that aspect. It's the principle. It's not the effect itself. It's a deterrent for the future.
That type of dynamic, we should be playing to win. Like, right. Why can't we win this country? You know what I mean? Like, if there was an open primary.
You can come live with me.
Right now. Now, don't get me wrong. I want to be honest about this. If someone were to run on your most radical views or my most radical views, they probably could not win with that.
Right.
But if there was like open primaries on the Democrat and Republican side right now, and someone were to run on a full separation of Israel and America, we're treating it like church and state, a full separation of Israel and America, dissolving the Israel lobby entirely. If they were to run on closing the border and an immigration moratorium, if they were to run on, fiscal sanity, no new wars, there are major pieces here that could absolutely be a winning coalition
like we did in 2024. That did happen, and then it didn't come together. And so for me, the lesson there is, that type of coalition is not possible. As they said, it was a scam. So fine, I fell for the scam. But now I'm in the position of, I don't think a coalition can, in the way that we're talking about it, it's not going to work. People are too self-interested. And so maybe in terms of getting elected, like, okay, we're going to band together so that we all get elected. But once we get elected, now you have no incentive to stick with the coalition
in this country. That
should be number one. America first. But it is not.
It was not the case when Pat Buchanan was running. That wasn't the case when Ron Paul was running for president. And so
number one,
we do live in a new dynamic with new realities. And I agree with you. I think we shouldn't be, we shouldn't concede that, well, if it's a little bit better than the Democrats, then we support it. And we shouldn't concede that, like, hey, you go out there and you completely lose, but you were politically noble and you made some good points and that's enough. Because at the end of the day, none of that saves the country.
Right. Well, and think about it. What if Buchanan had not endorsed George Bush? He would have lost anyway. And what would have been the lesson in 92? It's like, maybe we should have been more conservative. Maybe in 96, we run somebody that gets the Buchanan.
Well, by the way, just to even strengthen your point here, right? Because when he's given the culture war speech at the RNC in 92, he's already lost. George H.W. Bush goes on to lose to Bill Clinton anyway.
Exactly.
So the Buchanan Brigade did not make the difference. But if he had withheld that, it may have been seen as maybe that would have made the difference.
Exactly. That's what I'm saying. It would have been ambiguous and more to the point.
So as we are understanding more about what Nick is actually proposing, without having, I will stand on, without having a name, then it's just an idea. Once you add a name, then it's a plan. Because then you're saying, okay, I have this idea. If this happens and that happens and that happens and that happens, then my idea comes true. That's a different thing. It's like I have this idea, and then we do that, and we use this person to do that. And then that person, that at least is a plan. Even still, with a plan, that doesn't confirm that you're going to get what you want from the plan. But at least there's a plan. And so I'm understanding him a little bit better in this conversation than I was in the Crowder conversation. But I still don't think it's a good idea. But I'm willing to be proven wrong.
We have to think about those second and third order consequences. People say, well, what if a Democrat wins? Yeah, what if? What you're talking about is moral hazard, which is if there's no consequences for your actions, then they will get away with anything. And I said this to Crowder. It's like, dude, we're in a war with Iran. At what point?
Oh, I think he's exactly what I was just about to say. I was just going to say Nick should have asked him, at what point would you disavow Trump or jump off the Trump train? I think that's exactly what he's about to say.
Crowder, it's like, dude, we're in a war with Iran. At what point will you stop
Got
supporting
him.
Trump? What would he
Got
have
him.
to do to lose your support? Because if you're willing to tolerate that, you'll tolerate anything. And if you tolerate anything, you will be forced to tolerate anything. That's sort of where we are. And so it's important to now and again, and like I said this to Crowder, like, I wouldn't want a Democrat to become the president because I think that's really bad for
No shit.
everybody. But where you can and where it makes sense, you have to impose some kind of a cost. Just so you tell them, like, we will not put up with this. We will not tolerate it. And I always tell people, that's just playing both sides. That's just basic game theory. And by the way, everybody else does it. The donors do it in particular. How many of these pro-Israel people were lifelong Democrats until October 7th? And then they threw their weight around behind the Republicans to get concessions. Same thing with little tech. Elon Musk, was he ever a Republican?
Little tech? Why are we saying little tech? Is that like when Hassan says sex destiny instead of destiny? There's a little dig.
Sessions. Same thing with little tech. Elon Musk, was he ever a Republican up until a few years ago when he started getting heat from the Biden DOJ and getting all these problems? No. So
Tulsi, Bobby,
exactly, and they will move their money around.
And exactly. So, and the idea was that no, they were not Republicans, but the Democrats were so bad that this coalition was going to fix the country, and we all bought it. We all voted for it, and then nothing.
Whoever is going to help them. The donors do it. By the way, the Israel lobby does it. Ben Shapiro in 2016 said, let Hillary Clinton win.
Well, a lot of people are disagreeing with you, Dick. What is the make the argument against the libertarians that were saying there was no issue? We should have just left it alone. What makes you convinced that they're wrong?
Trump, we can't trust him. He's not a real conservative. So we just need that kind of leadership and kind of like our mojo as the base to say we need to be in the driver's seat, not people telling us, oh, we'll get him next time. Oh, well, we built 36 inches of wall or whatever. That's how we got to think going forward.
And so again, the basis of the idea makes sense. Will the plan work? Will the plan work?
Millions of inches.
Yeah.
Well, no, I mean, a good example of that would, I don't know if you saw this, but when Donald Trump first announced the ceasefire with Iran, Mark Levin was out there like really counter signaling him hard.
Right.
What do you mean, sir? They still have all the enriched uranium. They're still supporting the proxies. This terror regime still stands. So it's not like they won't flip on a dime. So essentially, why shouldn't I do the same thing? And I do got to say, and I'm sure you feel this way too, to some degree at least, right? But there seems like there's kind of a thing where, okay, because of the mix of where technology kind of grew and people's disgust with the regime and the corporate media being exposed for being liars, this whole industry has been revolutionized. And now for the first time, things that are much different than say Pat Buchanan's days or Sam Francis's days are that, I shouldn't say they're, Pat Buchanan's still alive, but I mean, when the days.
Well, but if you're saying nobody else has evidence to the contrary, like the evidence to the contrary was that we were not at war. So the position is that we were fine and nothing needed to be done. That's like, we'll use the example of, I just heard a sound outside. And so it is it is reasonable to debate whether or not I should go and check what it is. And then if I'm going to go and check what it is, I'm going to be armed. But if it's just, if it was the middle of the day and somebody bangs on the door and I go with a hammer and it's a Girl Scout, then how are you then going to say that before I opened the door, I had the evidence to know that it was a Girl Scout? The burden is on you to say, no, here is the threat. Stop by Iran from what?
Where he was running for president, are like, we kind of have a fighting shot in the conversation now.
Right.
We actually get to get our rebuttal heard as well. So there's still dynamics where there's certain groups, like I think probably you are demonized to a lot of baby boomers and they don't get to hear from you, right? Like they hear about you through someone else, but they may not like actually hear like what you're really saying. But for huge other swaths of an audience, they get to hear your side also. And this is true for me too, and this is true for a lot of us.
Are you answering a question with a question?
And broadly speaking, people, let's say, who have been, because me and you represent different worldviews and different principles, but broadly speaking, let's say the people who are critical of Israel or critical of this war or
okay, great. So that's all I'm asking. So then what is the evidence that you have that the nukes were in fact a threat? And so if you're just going to say the government, well, I don't trust the government anymore. So my question is, why do you trust the government?
Critical of open borders or we've gotten to be in the debate. We've gotten to have a chance to have big public debates, to have big public shows, and we have just won. We have won the argument with the American people.
Samesies. Just giving you my opinion. Remember that thing we talked about before? This is what the show is. You guys say things, I pull it up and give you my opinion on what you're saying.
Like, there just is no question.
Honey, Trump is the government. He's the president. What do you mean? You may say you don't trust you trust Trump despite the fact that he's in the government, but he is the government.
Like, who is, if you look at like me and you, and then say throw in like Tucker and Candace and Megan, or just like broadly speaking, the people who are more critical of say this move in Iran versus Lindsey Graham, like we've won the argument. I keep doing these debates, but at this point I almost say like the debate's over. This is just a formality. Right. When I go on Piers Morgan today to debate a Zionist, it's like, I've already won. We know I've won. We know you've like this side has dominated. This is a pro-Palestinian country at this point. Like it's
what are we saying? You blame who for what? And give more what to who? What you talk about with this? True, but I mean, do you not believe in the Uniparty? I'm just saying, like, with all the stuff that we've been talking about, the separation between the government and Trump specifically has shrunk. There used to be a time when, like, oh, he's technically the president, but he's an outsider. That's not him anymore, at least in my opinion. The executive branch, that is jails, veto, and nukes.
What?
And yet we still lose the policy. And there is something about that that's fucking intolerable. Mm-hmm. Like, no, fuck you. We like, and this is the most little d Democrat I'll ever be in my life. But like, there is something like, hey, no, we had the open debate. We had the marketplace of ideas, and you guys got fucking schooled. So why the fuck should Mark Levin still get? No one thinks Mark Levin got Donald Trump elected, but Tucker Carlson played a major role. So why do we get the policies of him versus him? This is just wrong. And it's not just wrong. It's so intolerable that you're like, I just can't go along with that.
It is intolerable. And you realize.
So Chronic says, I'm assuming in response to Dick saying it was advantageous for us to stop, Chronic said because the International Nuclear Committee already stated that they had uranium enriched over 60%. No other reason to have that, save a nuclear weapon. And secondly, one of their parliament members let it slip that they're definitely working towards a weapon. There you go. So that's all I'm asking for. And so if you're saying, okay, I see this, and I see that, and I see that, and that's why I trust what Trump is saying, fair enough. That's all I was asking.
Is that there's no relationship between what the public supports and the policies we get, because arguably the country's never been more anti-Israel, and yet the policies have never been more pro-Israel, right? Like from Harvard.
Well, have they really never been more pro-Israel? This is the most pro-Israel we've gotten? Genuine question.
And what they're doing, Department of Ed, to the visas, to obviously what's going on in Israel, there's literally no limit to what they're able to get away with. And you'd never know it if you go on the internet, on the right and the left. You go on Instagram.
Teamwork makes the dream work, guys. Teamwork makes the dream work. That's another thing. That, like, if I'm in a back and forth with somebody, that doesn't mean that everybody has to, like, stop and not be. It's an open conversation. And so, like, if I'm pulling up 3 of Dick's chats in a row, that doesn't mean I'm only talking to Dick. And so when Chronic comes in and saying, well, it's a group conversation. 1 minute last chance to get Morty more peanut butter and add some more push-ups. We are right now at, what is that, 18? 15? 16? 16. Stupid.
You'd never know it if you go on the internet on the right and the left. You go on Instagram and you're getting like AI translated Hitler speeches and like normies from like Southern universities that are like, you make some good points. You know, that's the right wing. And the left wing is Hassan Piker, who's like pro-terrorism, straight up pro-Hamas. And you go, so I wonder what the government
and the Houthis.
Like, we must have some kind of anti-Semitic regime. It's like, nope, we're in a war with Iran. If you criticize Israel, you can't go to the World Cup or enter America. So, and that's where I tell people, what is enough? What's your limit before you say we're out? Because people are still, it's just pure cope.
I think that's a good, regardless of any of this other stuff, I think that is a good question that we all should be able to like answer, meaning articulate the answer. And like, not, well, yeah, I mean, like, if you just fucking, shot someone and, like, not like the crazy thing, but where's the threshold? What is the least thing that Trump could do that would make you completely turn on him? I'm not asking for an answer right now. I think that's food for thought, and I think we should all have a clear line. And it may not be if he does this thing, but something along the lines of the level of influence he allows from Israel could be the lack of support for the basis. Yeah, well, then you guys can stop fucking talking, asking me what would make me believe in God. Thank you. Come again.
People just saying, no, here's how we can still win. We can get it back on track. They really want to, but they can't. It's like, we just...
I trust myself. I've lived quite a life to learn a thing or two. Proud of myself, but yet I have no pride. Why do you have no pride? Be you, girl. Have that pride. Not gay pride, just regular pride.
It's not even so much people say what candidate. It's just about rejection. Like, no, I reject this.
So is political speculation easier or harder than metaphysical religious speculation? Just saying.
Reject this. No, this is not good enough. And moreover, and you already said this, but it's true. We are in such a bad situation. The only thing that will fix the country is radical intervention. Otherwise, the country dies. $40 trillion debt, 50 million illegals, demographic.
I don't know if I agree with that. And maybe this is a level of my lack of experience with the political realm, but that's always the line. That this is existential. That's what they were saying about Biden. That's what they were saying about Trump. That's what they were saying about any person from as long as I was paying attention. And yet, life moves on. And so that doesn't mean that it's not important to be involved in politics and who is in office. But is it that existential every single time? It's like with the UFC. Every UFC pay-per-view, like, this is the greatest card in the history of the UFC.
Traffic change. The country is already dead. It's just dying in slow motion.
Oh, yeah.
Is it though? Then why are you trying to do this plan? If it's already dead. Wait, is it already dead or is it dying in slow motion? Can't be both. Dying means alive. Dead means not alive. Yup. And so it's just a matter of understand. Like, again, that doesn't mean that it's not extremely important. But not all things that are extremely important are existential to the existence of our nation.
Not even that slow. I mean, yeah.
No, yeah, right. I mean, these days, very quickly, but it's like...
So then it is still alive.
You're either going to have a radical intervention or you're going to die. Are Vance and Rubio radical? No. The Democrats going to be radical? Well, they're part of the...
Seems like a false dichotomy, but okay.
Problem. The only thing that's going to solve it is if you just get a different option. So for me, it's just like, let's just reshuffle and re-roll until we get something different. And, that's what a lot of Republicans just can't handle. They don't have the imagination for that, I guess.
Yeah, I mean,
Fair enough. So that's a perfect halfway point. So if you guys want, after tomorrow's stream, remember 1 p.m. Eastern in the afternoon, early show, Jesse on Fire will be here live, convincing us of what really happened with Charlie Kirk. But on what day is after that? Whatever the next day, I don't fucking know what day is. Whatever the next day is after that. If you guys, I'm going to put up a poll on the community tab. If you would like to finish the rest of this conversation, we can do that. Or if you don't really care, or if you've already seen it or whatever, then we can do something else. So keep a lookout for that. I will likely do that. Well, I'll do it tomorrow after the Jesse stream. So if you're here, I'll remind you, I'm putting up this poll. Go vote on the poll on what you want to cover tomorrow. Dave Smith or something new. Sound good? Sound good? Or said, I know I'm not a demon rat, but I'm totally independent on my own. In other words, Trump is dirty. Sorry. Don't vote. Are you okay? Getting like a stream of consciousness thing going on? Just want you to be okay. Just want you to be okay. All right. Nobody's adding any more push-ups. Let's shout out everybody who donated. Drew, again. We had Box. Drew, again. And we got to the after party. And we had Jennifer. Box with the 5 gifted membership. Chronic became a new member. Added some more push-ups. And there we fucking go. There we fucking go. Shout out to Mental Mind Media. Yeah, I got a strike on the channel now, so everything's been real slow. It's a whole thing, but we truck on. We truck on. Did you guys need to? Well, yeah. What about you guys? Did you need to search it, or was it just there for you? Sometimes it's just with the algorithm, like it's not. I mean, you haven't been watching every stream, so it's likely that they just didn't show it to you because like you don't watch the show anymore. But yeah, the strike doesn't help. No, I don't need to show that. It is time. Ooh, 16 push-ups. I could do that easy, baby, easy. Okay. Do I get more? You paid me, guys. You paid me, guys. Now it is time to pay yourself. We should all be able to do 16 push-ups. We should all be able to do 16 push-ups. But if you can't, just do 10. If you can't do 10 push-ups, do 5. If you can't do 5, do some girl push-ups. Just pay yourself. Here we go.
Guardian of reason in a world unaware when the overlord stalls at the edge of the fray. The faithful rise up, they already know it's there.
I forgot to shout out equality and deference because vagina with the $2 from earlier on. Thank you.
I'm here to resurrect the second coming of common sin. I come to wake the sleeping, the church to bring the fed. All our lost, no illusions, no hollow interprets. Here to resurrect the second coming of common sense. In the fall of a world, chasing thought from the dead. Every word is a weapon. Shot men declare, exposing every shadow. Not to fear, and the overlord marches with a suffering command.
There we go. There we go. Yeah, I'm about to go. I can't wait. And so the frustrating thing, yeah, I gotta still kind of get up early. So I had an early client, but they canceled. But I still have to go to the pharmacy and get my my meds tomorrow. And if I do the stream first, which would be so fucking convenient, But if I do the stream first, then I'm going to be drinking, so then I can't drive that far. So I'm going to have to get up, go there, come back, and then 1 p.m. Eastern, Jesse on Fire will be here to convince us of what really happened with Charlie Kirk. Yeah, I mean, you could, we got Venmo, Cash App, all that shit. You just send it in. We want to make a different goal for specifically for the chair. I'm down for that. Yeah, I'm not at the place where like I'm separating money. Like it's just what goes to my bank account is in my bank account. So addiction schedules. Oh yeah, yep. And I don't want to get too into it, but there's some shit that there's only this one pharmacy that I can go to, and I literally, because I would have gone today, because I literally drive past the pharmacy going to the early client, and so I could have refilled today, but I waited because I was like, all right, I'm already going to be out there, and I have plenty of time after the lesson, pick it up, come back, and be here. But whatever. At least I can bring Morty with me. We'll go for a little trip. I'm gonna have to give him the medicine. I don't know. I'm just yapping now. All right, guys. Thank you so very, very much for hanging out. I really, really, really do appreciate you guys and know that you could be doing anything else in the world, and yet here you are hanging out with me and the Overlord. And that means so, so very, very much to me, guys. Thank you. Again, if you are new here, please do hit that subscribe. I'm live every Monday, Wednesday, Friday, 8 p.m. Eastern, and sometimes whatever I feel like it, including tomorrow, 1 p.m. Eastern. It's going to be crazy, and I'm going to need your backup. So please come through. Thank you. Once again, guys, we've got my co-host, Morty, and I have been your host, Lutch, a.k.a. the Indian Jesus, here to resurrect the second coming of common sense. Until next time, guys, we are out of here. Peace. You fuck.